Dr. Asfar, kalau saya masukkan Dr. Asfar sekejap untuk satu hari dalam grup student, bolehkah Dr.?
Boleh?
Saya masukkan dalam grup Telegram.
Untuk ni lah, kalau ada macam soalan ke feedback ke apa.
Saya masuk untuk satu hari, esok saya remove Dr.
Okay. Yang Teams ni boleh chat tak?
Boleh?
Macam mana nak chat dia?
Supposedly ada satu
Button chat. Itulah, saya tak ada kat sini.
Oh, tak ada kan?
Oh, kalau tak dapat tak apalah. Sebab nak ni apa, nak participation daripada participant.
Ataupun kalau kita work around dengan Telegram lah Doktor. Kalau dia ada inquiries, dia orang tanya dalam grup Telegram.
Boleh. Tanya kat sini pun okey juga kan? Kalau boleh.
Yang malu kan. Kita turn on video sekejap. Saya nak memperkenalkan Dr. Asfar ni dan saya ingin ambil gambar semualah. Turn on video untuk mungkin 5 minit je. Untuk saya rakam dalam report. Okay. Tak. Kalau rambut tak kemas lagi, kamu pakai topi ke apa kan. Pandai-pandai lah. Pakai topi. Kalau muka tak kemas lagi kan. Alah tak apa, masuk report. Ni saya tak masuk dalam Facebook lah. Masuk dalam report untuk ketua jabatan je. Okay, yang lain. Pakai topeng, okey, janji ada video. 5 minit je. Saya nak mengenalkan Dr. Asfar dan Dr. Asfar akan teruskan dengan sesi kursus itu. So dia ada 9 tahun pengalaman di dalam multimedia dan telah memenangi banyak award di dalam dan juga di luar negara, di British, dan juga doktor ada projek di Tanah Arab sana kan?
Yes.
Kita bertuah lah sebab kita ada syarah kita yang mempunyai banyak pengalaman di dalam dan luar negara. So saya harap kamu ambil peluang ini untuk menimba ilmu dengan doktor. Jangan risau, semua benda pagi ni ialah benda-benda baru. Saya nak bagi pembedahan yang baru supaya kamu ada idea apa yang kamu boleh buat dalam FYP pada hari ini. Hari ini kamu jadi kakak tua saja, no problem. Just ikut saja arahan doktor. And then kalau ada apa-apa yang tak faham boleh tanya ataupun review balik kita punya video ini. Sebab saya akan save video ini dan kamu boleh view dia pada bila-bila masa. So jangan takut dengan kita punya content pada hari ini. Quite tough, but then I think it's very important for you because you will be learning new technologies from Google. Right, so without further ado, I give the session to Dr. Asfar for the course. Okay, thank you. The first year, doctors.
Assalamualaikum and selamat pagi.
Waalaikumsalam. Selamat pagi, Doktor.
Waalaikumsalam.
So, kita medium kita cakap dalam campur-campur lah, English and Malay. Boleh
Boleh.
Okay. So, saya share slide saya sekejap. Boleh nampak slide saya? Yang ni? Okey.
Okey.
Boleh nampak slide show punya?
Boleh.
Okey. So, hari ni kita akan belajar pasal introduction to MEAN stack. So saya akan start dengan introduction saya. So saya Asfa, nama saya Asfa. Saya Managing Director from Moredoor Interactive dan Berhad. I have a very vast experience in research and development in multimedia. Also, most of the project yang saya involve during saya punya bachelor degree in IT ialah multimedia and computer graphic. During saya punya PhD and master ialah AR, computer vision dengan machine learning. And most of the project yang involve dengan saya ialah related with the VR dengan AR and game development. So some part of it saya perlukan something related with the client dan server. So saya memang menggunakan most of the client server interaction dalam project saya involve dengan mean stack sebab we love mean stack. So saya akan cerita lebih banyak sikit pasal mean stack dalam course ni. Memang saya akan cerita pasal mean stack dalam course ni. So next ialah okay, this is a basic house rule untuk kita follow hari ini. The first thing yang saya tekankan ialah participant kena participate lah. So semua anda semua kat sana kena participate and participate. So yeah. Lepas tu kalau ada nak tanya soalan, just tanya je. Buka, unmute yourself and then ask question actively. Okay? So saya open to any question. You can just stop me kalau ada nak tanya soalan ke, just boleh tanya. Okay? And the third one is kalau boleh avoid lah any distraction as possible. Kalau distraction just point dia ialah kita nak continuing focus, so avoid any distraction wherever possible. And the last one, of course, have fun. Kita belajar something yang baru, this is something yang interesting, and then potentially boleh tolong anda semua untuk maybe future project. Maybe the nearest one is your final year project. So yeah, have fun. Alright, so this is the timeline yang hari tu propose timeline. So kita start dengan sedikit sebanyak pasal introduction of each of the component dalam mean stack. So technically saya akan startkan dengan apa itu mean stack stuff, and then lepas tu saya akan introduce pasal what is Node.js. This is the components dalam mean stack lah, Node.js, MongoDB, Express and Angular. So technically yang ni before saya start dengan our activities, our main activities, saya akan introduce just a bit about the introduction of each of the components inside the mean stack. Very brief about introductions, just to let you heads up apa pasal terms yang akan berlaku during kita punya activity, main activity later on. Okay, so probably dalam, as you can see kat sini ada banyak ada few breaks. So saya tekankan pasal break ni because kita belajar pasal coding. Setiap kali nak coding kena break. Make sure ada break. Jangan tak ada break supaya anda semua tak penat. Okay? So macam driving juga, kalau driving tu tengah-tengah driving jangan stop lah sekejap. Okay? So that's why saya tekankan break kat sini sebab most of the activities kita ialah programming untuk develop modern style web application menggunakan mean stack. Okay. So after that, yang ni ialah kita punya main activity, which is for now I think the best study case yang kita boleh buat ialah to-do list, because to-do list boleh implement what we call CRUD operation. CRUD operation ialah create, read, updates and delete, which is this one. Okay, so kita boleh demonstration macam mana nak create data, macam mana nak read, macam mana nak update, and macam mana nak delete operation. And one of the easiest study case yang saya boleh buat ialah to-do list application. To-do list application, semua familiar dengan to-do list application? Dia macam letak task, kalau nak letak listkan all apa yang nak dibuat. Lepas tu kalau dah siap, tekan something, dia akan tick. Kalau dah tak nak guna, kalau nak buang that to-do list, boleh delete. Macam tu lah. So dalam to-do list ni, dia boleh demonstrate macam mana nak create, macam mana nak baca all the to-do tu, macam mana nak update apa yang task yang you want to do, lepas tu macam mana nak delete apa yang task yang you don't want to do anymore. Macam tu lah. Okay, so untuk start dengan to-do list app ni, kita akan introduce how to develop a Node.js server menggunakan MongoDB dan Express. And then after that, kita akan rehat kejap. Lepas tu kita akan start dengan develop and test the REST API. Semua familiar dengan REST API? REST API ni macam an API interface untuk kita interact dengan sistem. Okay, so kita akan buat some interaction dengan sistem later on. Nanti saya akan tunjuk semua. And then after that, kita akan do some lunch break dalam pukul 11 macam tu, and then kita akan continue by petang balik dalam pukul 2. So pukul 2 kita akan start dengan develop Angular apps part 1, and then rehat kejap, develop lagi Angular apps part 2, rehat kejap, and then after that baru kita akan ada complete system of to-do apps dari a complete min stack of to-do apps application. Alright, and then after that I'm open for Q&A session. Tapi ni tak semestinya kena tanya time ni je. Anytime you can tanya. As I mentioned dalam house rule tadi, ask question actively. Okay? I really need your participation on this course. So you can ask the question anytime you want. Kalau ada yang tertinggal ke, kalau ada yang terlalu cepat buat ke. So just stop me and then ask me question related to the min stack punya course. Okay. So kita expect to siap the introduction course ni dalam pukul 4 macam tu. Okay, so yang timeline ni clear? Kalau clear, kita can proceed with the first one, which is the min stack introduction. So before I introduce about min stack introduction, I want to introduce you about what is full stack. So ada yang familiar dengan term full stack?
Agak 50-50.
Okay.
Pernah
Okay.
dengar.
So full stack ni ialah a stack yang akan involve back end dengan front end, and both side dia akan communicate to each other. Okay, so technically full stack tu boleh kata akan create dari back end. Back end ialah server. Okay, and then they can communicate together with the front end. So both side client dan server ni, which is usually we refer it as back end and front end, akan panggil full stack. So kalau ada yang cakap full stack developer, maksudnya dia develop dua-dua benda. Dia develop back end sekali, dia develop front end. Okay, and it is good experience to have a full stack development. But in reality, this full stack development usually akan terbahagi kepada akan di-divide based on task lah. Contohnya macam yang ni ialah back end developer. So dia akan ada specific back end developer. Lepas tu dia akan ada front end developer, specific front end developer juga. So macam back end developer, dia akan handle pasal business logic, dia akan handle pasal data storage, and a lot of back end happen lah. So technically I can say back end ni related dengan server lah. So any developer, back-end developer, dia akan kerja pasal server sahaja. Alright. So dari back-end developer ni dia akan dari back-end ni dia akan buat request and response, communicate dengan front-end. So front-end developer ni pula dia akan buat pasal UI UX. Dia tak akan fikir pasal data storage, business logic, database and everything. Dia just akan fikir pasal front-end. Okay, dia akan fikir pasal UI UX, user interface, user experience, and it can be web ataupun mobile application. Okay, so yang hari ni kita akan buat pasal web application. So mobile application kita tak akan cover. So cuma web application. So front end developer dia akan work with macam mana nak create website itself. Kira macam tu. So web front end developer ni dia akan handle pasal web, the one that user can see, yang tu lah. So that's front end developer, and back end pula dia akan handle pasal yang apa yang kat belakang-belakang tu lah, which is the server and everything. Okay, so that's the real world situation. Usually dia terbahagi kepada dua lah, dia decouple, dia separated. But if you have an experience for full stack, boleh buat dua-dua, lagi bagus, lagi senang dapat kerja. Okay, because of course kalau you guys already claim that you are full stack developer, yang dengar tu juga dia akan cakap, oh mesti tahu pasal server, mesti tahu pasal macam mana buat front end punya application. So it's a good thing to have lah for nowadays, especially in a web. I can say especially in application development, either website ataupun mobile. Okay, so technically that's a full stack. Kalau nak senang ingat, full stack ni dia cover back end sampai front end, tu je. Okay, and then next is what is mean stack? Ini yang kita akan belajar hari ni. So mean stack is technically a JavaScript based framework for developing web application. Okay, I can say it's a developing web application. Boleh juga mobile application, but technically in general yeah, it's a framework for developing mean application. So mean ni sebenarnya ialah separation of each components yang based on dia punya apa nama, what we call based on dia punya huruf depan. Okay, so macam M ni maksud dia ialah dia akan refer ke MongoDB. Just later I will explain about what is MongoDB. E ni ialah Express. Saya akan introduce pasal Express juga lepas ni. And then A ni ialah Angular. So this is one of the library yang kita akan guna juga later on. And then N ni ialah Node.js. Saya pun akan explain pasal Node.js lepas ni. Okay, so technically mean stack ialah a stack of MongoDB, Express, Angular and Node.js. Alright, so in the bigger picture of mean stack, kalau ikut yang structure tadi tu, kita tengok back end, dia akan handle pasal MongoDB, which is the database, and the Express, this is the component of Node.js. So benda ni akan berlaku dalam server. Okay, so this back end, dia akan communicate dengan this front end. So the Angular is the front end. Okay, so from here you can see the separation of back end dengan front end based on its component. Okay, so back end dia akan handle pasal MongoDB, Express and Node. Dia akan buatlah benda-benda ni semua. Okay, and then front end dia akan handle pasal Angular. Angular ni akan related with HTML, CSS and advanced version of JavaScript called TypeScript. Later on I will explain about that. Dia akan handle pasal UI saja. So this Angular apps ni dia akan request ataupun dia akan communicate with the back end. Yang ni yang kita akan buat juga menggunakan MongoDB, Express dan Nodes. Okay, that's the bigger picture. So technically if you are mean stack developer, you must know all of this. Okay, dari back end sampai front end. Okay, but in the real world later on, you usually need to pick which one you are memang betul-betul power lah. Contohnya if you guys power dalam Angular later on, then you are a front end developer. Okay? Front end developer yang fokus ke Angular apps, Angular application. Okay? And then if you are a back-end developer, you will be more focused on pasal macam mana nak handle data, database semua, macam mana nak handle the Node.js punya server. Okay, and then macam mana nak guna Express, one of the component of Node.js. Later on, we will learn about this. Alright, so technically, if you are saying that you are mean stack developer, people will assume that you know about MongoDB, you know about Express, you know about Node.js, and you know about Angular apps. Okay, and if you are mean stack developer, you can consider that you are full stack developer because you cover dari back end sampai front end terus. Alright, so ini yang kita akan buat today. Kita akan buat dari back end sampai front end menggunakan mean stack. Okay, so mesti you guys wondering why we like mean stack and why not, something like that. Okay, so the pros of mean stack, why kita suka guna mean stack, because as I mentioned tadi, mean stack ialah JavaScript based framework. So dari back end sampai ke front end, kita akan menggunakan JavaScript. Okay, I can say kita akan menggunakan language based on JavaScript. Okay, dari back end sampai front end. Okay, other stack kadang-kadang belah back end tu guna Python, guna C#. Some of you guys ada guna Java juga kan untuk server server side? Ada kan? JVM tak silap nama dia. Okay. Yang tu tulis server guna Java, lepas tu tulis web apps guna maybe PHP ataupun HTML. So dia dah dua benda yang berbeza. So technically common situation memang macam tu. Full stack dia ada different ada language because dia melibatkan dua benda yang berbeza, back end dan front end. Tapi the good thing about mean stack, dari back end sampai front end kita guna JavaScript. Okay, so guna satu language je. Okay, I can say kita guna language JavaScript based lah. Alright, later on I will show you kenapa saya cakap JavaScript based. Bukan 100% JavaScript, cuma dia akan related with JavaScript based. Alright, and then the second one, data exchange kita guna using JSON. Siapa familiar with JSON sini?
Apa JSON?
JSON ialah, okay, let me introduce JSON. JSON ialah JavaScript object notation. Okay, dia pasal data structure yang ditulis dalam JavaScript. So the best thing about JSON ni, dia very good with JavaScript lah, because dia ialah JavaScript object notation lah. From back end to front end JavaScript, data exchange guna pula JSON. So memang cun sangat lah. Okay. So that's why that's one of the reason we also love mean stack lah. Because semua guna semua guna benda sama je. Okay, tak perlulah fikir macam mana nak tukar lagi JSON tu pergi benda ni, pergi benda tu. Lepas tu tulis pun guna JavaScript je. Okay, so yang ni dah cukup strong. Dua side ni. Okay. And of course, mean stack kalau Google je, memang ada big community and support. Okay, boleh tanya. Masuk dalam Google kalau ada problem tengah coding buat mean stack punya apps, Google je dia akan keluar banyak solution dalam, maybe boleh jumpa dalam Stack Overflow, maybe boleh jumpa dalam mana-mana GitHub issue ke. Memang banyak community. dan support. Okay, that's one of the best thing ni lah. Tapi apa yang betul-betul on my side, apa yang betul-betul saya suka ialah because dia ialah JavaScript based, dengan data exchange dia memang guna JavaScript object notation. So senang nak handle the data and at the same time senang nak code both back end dengan front end. Okay? Okay. Kenapa kita tak nak min stack? What is the disadvantage of min stack? Technically, it is because JavaScript issue lah. Okay, there's a lot of JavaScript issue dalam dunia programming. One of it, dia ialah dynamically, data dia terlalu dynamic. Dia macam string boleh jadi number pun boleh tukar jadi string. Kadang-kadang float pun tak tahu ni float ke ni integer. So untuk small scale punya JavaScript apps yang menggunakan JavaScript, it's okay lah. But if you go for a bigger scale system yang menggunakan JavaScript, kalau kita tak tahu benda ni integer ataupun float, something bad will happen lah. Okay, so that's one of the reason dia terlalu dynamic. But yeah, that's also one of the best thing about JavaScript juga lah, because dia terlalu dynamic. But I can say it's one of the advantage dia lah untuk JavaScript punya issue. Because as I mentioned tadi, kalau betul-betul big project, issue ni memang akan arise. But for now, maybe you guys belum akan nampak, because probably you guys will start with a small application. Later on, maybe dalam final year project nanti, maybe akan nampak lah macam kenapa JavaScript ni tak bagus, sebab due to dia punya terlalu dynamic tu, kenapa dia tak bagus. Nanti you guys akan experience benda tu. And another thing is, of course, if you want to do min stack, the disadvantage dia ialah you need to have a good understanding in JavaScript lah. Because dari back end sampai front end ialah JavaScript. Semua all the logic ditulis menggunakan JavaScript based. So you really need to have a good understanding on JavaScript. Okay? But now I need to ask you guys, macam sekarang ni semua familiar dengan JavaScript tak? Boleh boleh angkat tangan? Ramai tak
Jangan belum
yang
masuk
familiar?
topik tu, Doktor.
Ya? Yeah?
Jangan belum masuk lagi topik tu. Topik tu
Oh, ya ke?
time. Tak apa,
Okay.
Doktor proceed je. Bagi crash course pada dia. Macam
Okay.
bagi air masuk.
Okay. Okay, so technically min stack ni memang kena tahu JavaScript. I can say this is the advantage for those yang don't have a good understanding on JavaScript, because dari back end sampai front end memang guna JavaScript. Okay, so yeah, technically that is the advantage and disadvantage, but of course we focus to the advantage lah. As I mentioned tadi juga, why myself on my side suka min stack, because dia involve satu language je. Okay, easy for you to handle lah. Dari back end tulis JavaScript, front end pun tulis JavaScript, so senang lah. And then of course data exchange between the back end dengan front end tu memang guna JSON, which is JavaScript object notation. Guna JavaScript, exchange pun guna JavaScript punya benda. So it's a good thing lah. Okay. So next ialah, okay, this is the first component that I want to introduce to you. Node.js. Alright. Node.js dalam min stack ialah dia punya runtime environment. Okay, walaupun kalau ikut min tu dekat belakang dekat belakang min ni, n ni dekat belakang, tapi Node.js dia ialah dia punya JavaScript, dia punya runtime environment. And yang the best thing about it, dia ialah back end yang ditulis menggunakan JavaScript. Okay, This is one of the modern way in application development. Dulu-dulu tak ada back-end JavaScript. Dulu-dulu C++, PHP, what else? C#, .NET, Python, itu dulu-dulu. Okay? With modern sekarang ni, dia ada dah back-end JavaScript. So, it's called Node.js. Right? And Node.js, dia secara default memang asynchronous event driven. Maksud asynchronous dia ialah dia tak akan block anything. Okay? Pernah involve dengan asynchronous? Familiar dengan Ajax? AJAX. Ajax. Okay, technically dia tak akan block any process. Okay. Kalau dia synchronous, dia akan berjalan dalam satu thread. Kalau asynchronous, dia akan berjalan dalam multiple thread. Dia tak akan block any process. So, you can run asynchronous process dalam satu masa. That's a good thing about Node.js. Right? So, of course, orang yang buat Node.js ni because of ease of use lah. JavaScript itself, kalau you go through about JavaScript itself, if you compare with other language, it's one of the easiest language you can learn lah. Okay, and it is one of the most popular language dalam dunia setakat ni. Boleh tengok dalam Stack Overflow punya statistik, JavaScript memang ramai orang guna. Okay. So I can say because of the easy to use lah, of the language itself, and it's easy for you to create even for example like a server as compared to other language ataupun other libraries. Okay. And the best thing that me myself suka guna Node.js ni because dia ada Node Package Manager. Okay. We will call it NPM, Node Package Manager. Ini one of the best thing that happen dalam Node.js. Dia ada Node Package Manager. So what is Node Package Manager? It is a built-in package manager for JavaScript Runtime Environment Node.js. Dia memang dah ada. Kalau install Node.js, dia memang ada NPM. And dia guna command line client. Okay. And it allows to include packages into your project. Okay. Technically, dalam Node.js punya community ni, dia ada banyak outside package yang you guys tak perlu tulis balik. Banyak. Boleh jumpa dalam NPM punya website. Kalau Google NPM punya website, you guys akan jumpa dia punya website. Dalam situ ada banyak package yang orang luar, community dah tulis. Okay, so tak perlulah tulis balik. Contohnya macam kalau nak buat some complex mathematic punya calculation, dalam NPM dah ada. Okay, tak perlulah tulis balik from scratch. So you can just use NPM punya library and panggil. And a lot of the situation later on, I will show it to you guys. Macam mana nak guna NPM ni and how it can benefit you guys. Okay. And then another thing is it make your project portable across platform. Okay. So sometimes kalau nak buat project tu maybe bukan involve Windows saja. Maybe you need to go for Linux. Maybe you need to go for masuk ke dalam Mac pula. Maybe you need to go for any other operating system or any other machine. Contohnya I have this project dalam you have this project dalam your laptop and then you run that project dalam your friend punya laptop pula untuk demo purposes contohnya. With NPM you can do that with tak perlu fikir panjang. Just macam ambil that project and run some NPM punya command and then dia akan install everything dalam your friend punya ni. So it make your project portable lah, boleh letak kat sana, boleh letak kat sini. And the best thing ialah for me I like it portable because usually macam kalau we develop, of course kita guna PC kita kan. So our PC is on Windows Windows operating system. So later on kita nak deploy benda tu dalam Linux punya server yang ada Linux operating system. So dia dah dua machine yang berbeza, dua operating system yang berbeza. So dengan npm ni it makes it easier lah. Macam I just ambil project dalam PC saya, masuk ke Linux server macam tu je, and then run npm command. Okay, so that's what the best thing about Node.js, because they are the npm, and we will use npm a lot. Okay, next ialah Express. Okay, Express ialah back-end web application framework for Node.js, and it is one of the packages dalam npm. Okay, so one of the best thing about Express ni, dia reduces boilerplate code. Mean that, okay, kalau guna Node.js, pure Node.js, vanilla Node.js, nak tulis a server code, dia ada banyak line. Okay, dengan menggunakan Express, dia akan reduce the line of code tu. Okay, dia akan reduce the code itself. Alright, and then one of the thing that you guys akan buat hari ni ialah routing. Dengan menggunakan Express, it's easy for you to create REST API. This is yang saya mention tadi, the REST API. And of course, dia ada concept called middleware. Middleware is a term that yang related with the access between request dan response, right? So you have a request and you have a response. Middleware akan handle benda tu between request dan response. Later on, I will show you macam mana guna middleware. Okay, but the most important thing is the ease of creating routing dalam server later on. I will show you why we like Express. Alright, and Express is popular and big community also. Any problem with Express, you can just Google it out, akan jumpa solution dia. Alright. So next ialah, okay, what is MongoDB? The M depan tu, the M dekat main stack MongoDB, which is this one. Okay, tadi Express kan? Express, saya dah explain Node.js, Express, and what is MongoDB right now. Okay. MongoDB ialah a cross-platform, document-oriented, NoSQL database system. So I think you guys familiar with SQL database system. MongoDB is NoSQL database system. Okay, and the way dia guna data dia ialah menggunakan binary JSON. JSON lagi. Okay, so another advantage lah sebab kita guna minstack, sebab dia guna JSON dalam bentuk binary lah. What they call it a binary JSON. What they call it as BSON. BSON. It's a binary JSON. Okay. And it is very high speed. Okay. Memang cepat, nak keluar masuk data tu memang cepat. And of course, it has no SQL features, including collections and documents. So dalam NoSQL ni, dia berbeza dengan SQL. SQL ialah structured, dia ada table. Okay, and table tu memang tak boleh tukar. Dia memang dah structured. Okay, NoSQL ni, dia dalam bentuk JSON. Dia ada the what we call a field dalam dia punya data tu, and that field boleh tambah. Okay, contohnya dia ada 3 field. Dia boleh later on boleh tambah jadi 4, boleh tambah jadi 5 ke 10 ke, boleh kurang pun juga. Okay, dalam SQL dia tak boleh. Kalau di situ dah ada 5 field lah selama-lamanya. Okay, maybe you need to do something lah kalau nak tambah. Contohnya instead of 5 field, you want tambah jadi 6, 7. Dalam SQL you need to like do a lot of maintenance thing, tambahkan kolom table database tu dulu ke, and then tukar lagi code dia untuk interact dengan database. But NoSQL tak perlu buat. Okay, dia senang nak I can say is the third point here lah, easy to scale. Okay, and then the way dia handle data tu dia panggil collections and document. Collections ni ialah document ni ialah data, technically a data, and collection ialah a collections of data. Okay, and then dia schema dia ialah optional. So kalau your data ada schema, dia tak perlu ikut sangat lah for new SQL. But kalau SQL, your data must ikut dia punya schema. Okay, yang ni optional, tak kisah. Right, so NoSQL ni technically good, one of the currently quite popular untuk collect data because of Internet of Things and big data processing. So data tu tak perlu di-structure because of big data, banyak nak input data. So data tu boleh besar, boleh kecil. Sama ada boleh ada 10 field ataupun berpuluh-puluh field. So good to have good to use NoSQL lah for current situation. Okay. And then let me introduce you what is Atlas. It is a cloud-hosted MongoDB service on AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud. So later on, I will introduce you what is Atlas. And then untuk kita interact dengan MongoDB database, Mongo database, kita akan menggunakan what we call MongoDB driver. This is official solution from MongoDB. This is one of npm punya package juga Mongo driver. But there's a lot of thing yang tak best pasal Mongo driver, and that's why later on we will use Mongoose. Okay, so Mongoose is another npm package lagi. Okay, dah ada berapa dah tadi? Ada 2 dah npm package yang saya dah sebut. Tadi Express, sekarang ni nama dia Mongoose. The third one is the MongoDB driver lah. But kita tak akan guna MongoDB, kita tak akan guna MongoDB driver, kita akan guna Mongoose. Okay, Mongoose ialah Object Document Mapping Library. Why I like to use Mongoose? Because kalau guna MongoDB driver ni, MongoDB driver, nak write dia punya validation, nak cast dia, nak write business logic boilerplate, memang banyak line of code. Banyak nak tulis. So with Mongoose, tak perlu tulis. Dia dah buat dah semua. Okay. Dia dah buat validation untuk you guys, untuk buat validation. Dia dah buatkan casting punya ni. Dia dah simplekan business logic supaya you guys senang nak tulis code lah. Okay, that's why we choose Mongoose. Okay, and then as I mentioned tadi, NoSQL ni optional lah, schema kan. Tapi it's good to have lah because we want to know apa type of data dalam your data later on. Okay, so dia boleh structure the document menggunakan schemas. And the best thing lagi, ini yang paling best, dia boleh buat that schema as models. Dia akan come out with an interface for you to communicate with the database collection itself. So senang nak buat lagi lah. Okay. So technically a schema is a structure of data. For example, later on kita akan guna a task punya task. I name our data as a task. Okay. Kan dalam to do tu ada banyak task. So the data tu akan dipanggil sebagai task. And this is, dia akan describe task ni ada apa. Dalam task ni ada description, which is a string, and it is required. Same thing also is done by default false. So dalam task ni dia ada description dan is done. So dia explain the structure of the data. Okay. And then kalau guna Mongoose ni juga, dia akan boleh tukar this schema to a task model, which is you can use this model to interact with this task collection. You can use create, you can use read, you can use update, you can use delete. Right? It's a complete CRUD operation. Okay? So later on, I will show you how to use Mongoose. Okay, next is the front end. Yang tadi itu semua back end. Okay? Dari Node.js, Express, MongoDB itu semua back end. Next ialah introduce what is Angular. Angular is a TypeScript based, I repeat again, it is TypeScript based front-end framework to build single page application. Okay. So as I mentioned tadi, saya tak nak cakap lah the whole main stack ni ialah JavaScript language. Okay. Saya mention main stack ialah JavaScript based language. Because dalam back-end semua tadi guna JavaScript. But bila masuk Angular pula, dia guna TypeScript. Okay. But jangan risau. TypeScript ni ialah lebih kurang sama dengan JavaScript. Technically, it's basically based on JavaScript. So that's why I mentioned it is the whole main stack ialah JavaScript based punya language. Okay. So if you write TypeScript, dia lebih kurang lah dengan JavaScript. And it solve some of the issue dalam JavaScript. Alright. Later on I will show you how to use TypeScript. And then the best thing about Angular is dia ialah component based framework. Alright. But nowadays a lot of component based framework dah ada. Kalau tengok dalam internet, selain Angular dia ada React. React is one of the most popular punya JavaScript libraries. And then also Vue.js. Itu pun component based framework, popular juga. Okay. But the best thing about Angular, what I like about Angular is dia ialah sebenarnya bukan libraries, dia is a framework. As I mentioned, it's a framework, not a libraries. And dalam framework tu dia ada collection of very well integrated libraries. Dia ada routing system dia, tak perlu install dah. Dia ada form management system dia, dia ada client server communication system and a lot of libraries dah diinstall dalam tu. So tak perlu dah lah nak install macam-macam libraries lagi. Kalau contohnya kalau you guys guna other component based punya libraries, contohnya guna React. React tu dia bagi component based punya ability. But untuk routing, untuk do some a good form, untuk do some client server communication or something else, you need to import another libraries lagi. Okay. But Angular dia dah ada semua. This is memang a collection of it. Okay. And second point ialah kenapa saya suka Angular, because it is suit for is technically a suit, okay, for a developer tools. Dia dah ada tools untuk develop, dia dah ada tools untuk build, dia dah ada even tools untuk test, and of course you can update the code lah. Okay, so technically it's a tools for you to create a web application, right? And last of all, of course, you want to manage this collection of libraries, you want to manage this developer tools, you need to use Angular command line, Angular C, or we call it Angular CLI. Later on, I will show you how to use Angular CLI. All right. So technically, we have covered all of this thing, I think. Start from MongoDB, and then Express, and then Angular, and last one is Node.js. Okay, so up until now, ada question tak? Ada soalan? Boleh continue?
Boleh.
Boleh?
Ya.
Okay, so before we begin, hopefully you guys already install Visual Studio Code, because kadang-kadang it takes time for you to download the file itself. Visual Studio Code rasanya tak berat sangat kot. I'm not really sure. I will show you after this where you want to find the Visual Studio Code. Later on. I think it's in a. I think it's here. I think. Let me share you the place where you get this thing up. All right. So the first one, you need to have a Node.js. you just go to node.js.org and download the latest one, LTS. Okay. Boleh juga download ini tapi better guna yang dia pun tulis recommended for most users. Okay, guna yang ni. Okay, and then install and then tekan je next sampai habis. Alright, and then later on once you have installed, okay, you can open your preferred command line. You can just type node-v. Yang ni dia show yang your node system has installed dalam your PC lah. Mine was quite outdated, but I'm okay with it. Okay, yang ni guna 16. Right? And then once you install Node.js, first thing you need to check that you have a Node.js, and second one you need to check that you have npm also. Okay? Node punya installer tu dia install sekali dengan npm. So if you want to check kalau ada npm ke tak, just tekan -v. npm/-v. Alright? Okay? And then next ialah this is the best I can say is the best code editor in the world right now because it's free and it's run very well. Alright, you can do anything using Visual Code. Boleh write Java, boleh write Python, boleh write C++, and of course JavaScript kita akan guna write our code menggunakan Visual Studio Code. I'm not sure berapa berat dia. I hope you guys already install it, already download and install it. And because we will use it, we will use this Visual Code most of the time. Okay, and yeah, the next one is I would like you guys to download Git. Okay. Git is technically a version control. You guys don't need to know what is this, but what I like, what I want you guys to install. Why? Kenapa saya nak you guys install Git? Because later on dalam course ni saya akan guna Git Bash. So yang ni Git Bash, right? Kalau if you guys go for a command prompt CMD, you guys akan nampak macam ni. This is command prompt, right? But most of the tutorial, most of the code throughout this course, saya akan guna Git Bash, okay? And saya recommend you guys also guna Git Bash, right? Okay. So that's all the about the prerequisite of the ni. So again, hopefully you guys ada dah semua ni Visual Studio Code, Node.js and Git. Let's build the simple to-do list app. Okay. So I think based on our timeline right now, kita dah overshoot sikit. Yeah. Kita rehat probably like 5 minutes and kita jumpa balik dalam 10-5 minit. Boleh?
Boleh.
Boleh? Okay.
Diam tanpa tanda setuju.
Okay. 10-5 minit. Thumbs up kalau dah masuk semua. Hello.
Okay. Boleh proceed,
Okay.
Doctor.
Okay. Okay, let me show you. Okay. Satu soalan. You guys familiar dengan command line CMD?
Boleh lah.
Boleh? Okay. I will just show you some example lah later on how to use that. Alright. So I'll share my screen right now. Okay. Alright. So it's up to you guys nak guna terminal command line mana. So kalau nak guna terminal, okay, I'm using Windows 11 right now. So dia sama je, tekan yang ni and then kalau ada button search kat bawah tu yang sekarang ni dah kat atas. Maybe just type CMD, pergi command prompt. So this is your terminal lah. Okay? But as I mentioned tadi, kalau you guys dah install Git, you guys supposed to have what we call Git bash. This one. Okay? So I prefer you guys to use Git bash instead of CMD because we will use this throughout the course. Okay, Git bash. And then, but if you want to go for CMD, it's also okay juga. Tapi dia akan ada beza sikit lah. Alright? Sikit je beza dia. Tak juga sikit. Ada few lah di beza dia. Okay? So, it's up to you guys. But if you guys, I prefer you guys to use Git bash. Git bash dia bentuk dia macam ni. Okay? Dia akan ada color-color sikit. Okay? So, yeah. Start dengan tapi yang sekarang ni saya guna benda yang bernama Windows Terminal. Okay, this is the one of the command line untuk Windows, boleh jumpa dalam Windows Store. So I'm using Windows Terminal. Okay, you can just go for Store and then find some Windows Terminal. This is a good tool for you, but tak ada pun tak apa. And then klik button kat sini, Windows Terminal, and gunalah Windows Terminal tu. Okay, and I already set up my Windows Terminal guna Git bash. Alright, so that I can write Git punya, I can use Git bash dalam Windows Terminal. But you guys maybe boleh guna Windows PowerShell ataupun command line. It's up to you guys. Okay, later on sama je nanti. Nanti kita akan guna benda tu dalam Visual Studio Code juga. So later on I will show you. Okay, so sekarang ni I'm using the Git bash. Okay, so I open my folder here. Okay, and then I will create a new. Let's start with a create a new folder. I name it as tutorial. Okay. Alright, if you use Windows Terminal, dia memang ada open in Windows Terminal kat sini. That's why I like to use Windows Terminal. Alright, and another way is you need to like cari benda tu. Okay, yang ni dah buka by default Windows Terminal. So sekarang ni dalam sini, so I need to change this thing to oops. Dalam D, and then I need to go for this one, project. Now dalam project list, I need to go to tutorial. I don't know. Plus, okay, inside that one, I already create main tutorial. And then sekarang ni kita dalam main tutorial. Okay, so clear. Now we are in the main tutorial. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to check yang semua tu dah install. I assume you guys dah install. Now I have a npm install also because we will use it a lot. So to initiate Node.js punya application, you can write npm init. Okay, it will ask you what is the package name. I'm okay with that name, main tutorial. If you're not okay with that name, you can just write whatever name here. Name, but I'm okay with the main tutorial there. And then version, you can just write maybe 0.01 maybe. Description, this is main tutorial. Entry point, this where the Node.js will find your first file. So by default, the name is index.js. But for now, I would like to name it as server.js because we want to create server. And test command, I think just leave it blank. Git repository, also leave it blank. Keyword, maybe I can just name it as tutorial. Then alter my name, myself. And then license, just leave it blank. And then it will confirm the setting here with the name, main tutorial, version, blah, 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 blah. And then if everything's okay, yes. Okay. Now, if you are listing the whatever inside that folder, you will have a package.json. All right. To open up using your Visual Code, you can just code this folder. So now we will open up Visual Code. All right. So this is your Visual Code Studio. And then right now I'm inside the Visual Code. Inside the main tutorial folder, there's just create, and I already create a package.json. So this is the exactly what we have just did here. Macam ni tadi, ada name, version, description, main script, blah 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 sampai license, so sama. Okay, so yang ni yang kita create tadi. Alright, so once kita create tadi, kita akan dapat package.json. Yang ni all the setting yang kita ada. So kita dapat tengok nama package kita apa, main tutorial, version berapa, description of the main package tu. Lepas tu apa yang entry point dia, which is yang dia tanya tadi. So kita tukar pergi server.js. So if you run anything, dia akan pergi server.js. Lepas tu this is the script that you want to run. And then just leave it there. Keyword yang kita key in pasal keyword tadi, author, my name, and then the license stuff. Alright, okay. As you can see right now, this is Visual Studio Code, and then this is the external punya Windows terminal. So nak tukar-tukar agak leceh kan? So one of the best feature in Visual Studio Code, you can just go here. Where is it? I think here. Yang ni. No. Okay, this one. Tekan view. Okay. Tekan terminal. Okay. So dia akan keluar benda yang sama macam ni. Okay. But instead of dia external, dia dalam Visual Studio Code. Okay. So tak perlulah keluar masuk nak type kat sini. Dan masuk balik kat sini and then type balik kat sini. Okay. And then semua command yang boleh di run semua dalam ni. Okay. So sekarang ni saya seperti yang saya cakap tadi, saya akan guna git bash. But you guys, up to you guys, you can just guna mana-mana yang you guys suka. Contohnya sini ada command prompt dan PowerShell. You guys can use command prompt. I think by default kalau tak ada git bash, dia akan by default use command prompt ataupun either command prompt ataupun PowerShell. Okay, it's up to you guys. Just the same thing. After all, kita akan guna npm a lot. Okay, kita akan guna npm je rasanya. Alright. Okay. Let's create Node.js application by creating our entry file, which is a server file. Okay. So as mentioned here, the main is the main entry is the server.js file. Make sure you create the exact name of it, server.js, so which is this one. All right. Let us create a very simple Node.js punya server. Okay. First of all, you need to declare a constant of and it require one of the library called HTTP. Okay. And then next is you can declare a server by using this create server. Okay. And then create server will return a function of request and rest. Right. Then it will return something like that. Okay. All right. But for now, throughout this course, I will not use this type of syntax. I will use the latest version of JavaScript syntax, which is by using something like this. This is the modern way you want to declare function. For example, like if you want to declare function, instead of writing something like this, function A and with the parameter B or C. This is the old way JavaScript write function. The modern way is you can declare it as A. No, declare it as declare it as A, and then bracket, which is the C, and don't forget this one. So this is the new way of you declaring the function in JavaScript. So I will use this type of syntax, right? So we'll return a callback function there, and then the first thing that it can retrieve is the request of the URL, and then the first URL that you want to do is just this because this is the default URL. Okay. Then if that URL is reached, then you can just respond and maybe write h1 maybe. Is this a HTML? Hello world. Oops. Okay. And then after that, once I have this server, right, I can start the server by doing this server dot listen based on what port. For example, in this example, we will use 5000, and then there will be a callback here. If everything is okay, we will write something like this. Server running at port 5000, for example. Okay. So to recap, we use HTTP. We required this HTTP, and then we create a server and hold the value inside the server. And what happened is we check the request URL is this, and then we will send this. Okay, heading h1 of hello world. And then to start the server, just write this server.listen and specify what is its port. And then if everything is good, you will write something like this in your console here. Okay. Okay, to run a server, to run this file, server.js, okay, to run this file, you can just use the command node and server.js. Simple as that. Now it's telling you that the server running at port 5000 and you cannot write anything right now. Okay, because currently it's running the server. Okay, you can check the server here. Okay, let me create a new file here maybe. It's too easy for you to follow along. Oops. Okay. By the way, can you guys see my code clearly? Boleh nampak?
Boleh.
Boleh ke nak besar lagi? Saya besarkan lah. Senang nak tengok. Okay. Okay. Sekarang ni dia running server at localhost. Okay. So you can run it localhost like 5000 maybe. So it send you this thing. Alright. And this is by default. Dia adalah belakang ni sebenarnya. Okay. That's why dia detect yang ni. Okay. What if you want to change like else if request that URL equal to maybe maybe you can run this down as hash1 about hash1 and the I am Asfar. Okay, and this one, as you can see, you cannot write anything because the server is still running right now. But what you can do is you can use Control C. Make sure make sure you are in this terminal. Just Control C. It will stop the server. Okay. So now you can write. Right. Okay. Because I'm using Bash, I will use clear. If I'm not mistaken, if you are using CMD, you use CLS. Right? Ada yang guna CMD? Ke semua guna CMD?
Guna Git.
Command line. Yang command line. Just this one. Ini. This is command line. Dia ada tulis Microsoft Windows version, lepas tu dia color putih hitam. Okay, what I'm using is right now is a Git bash. So yang tu dia colourful sikit. Tu beza dia. Okay. Kalau guna command line, you use CLS tak silap. Right. But right now I will use bash. Okay. To rerun it back, just write not server.js again. Okay, and it's still running. And then when you refresh, maybe you can add a new URL. So it will return exactly apa yang saya write kat sini lah. Which is a hash1 about and the p thing. Alright. So technically right now you have a very working Node.js server. Right? So this is what we call a very pure vanilla Node.js. Kita tak ada guna apa-apa package outside lagi. Alright. So to write this thing, kalau ada banyak lagi URL, you need to if else, and you need to tanya lagi dia punya URL semua, contohnya contact us ke apa. Contact us, for example, you will write it lagi kat sini. Lepas tu, kalau ada REST API, kena tulis lagi banyak kat sini. Request.url. And then, for example, like API get. It's quite hassle for you guys to do that. All right, and a lot of setup need to be done. Okay, I will not show you how to do that for vanilla Node.js. It's a pure Node.js. I will show you how to use Express. That what we need. That's apa yang kita, kenapa kita guna Node.js. Kita nak reduce apa yang kita tulis ni. Okay, because guna Express dia akan menyenangkan lagi. Dia reduce the boilerplate punya code. Okay, saya mention dalam slide tadi. Express dia akan provide a library for you for you to be more efficient, write less code, at the same time can be more productive. Boleh tulis banyak lagi. Okay. So right now I want to show you how to create a server menggunakan Express.js. Okay. But right now you can just clear it out and probably stop the server. Okay. Okay, first thing that you need to do is use the npm. As I mentioned tadi, yang I like about Node.js because npm dia boleh install package yang orang lain dah buat. Right, so that you tak perlulah tulis balik apa yang orang lain dah buat. Okay, so this is how you want to install a package. The first thing is you need to install Express because you want to use Express. So you can write it as in npm install, save the name of the file itself. Alright. So where we want to know mana nak cari nama file tu, we don't know. Kita tak tahu. Alright. You can just go to your browser, Google npm, and go to this npm, nama website dia npm.js, and find benda yang nama Express. Okay. Tekan search. Okay, dia cakap, oh kita dah jumpa Express, exact match. Dan buka. So kat sini dia akan cerita about Express. Right, dia akan even bagi example macam mana nak write a simple server up here. Dia akan cerita, okay, this is Node.js module available through npm registry. Dia akan ajar macam mana nak install Express. Right. So this is how you want to install Express. But apa yang dia tunjuk kat sini ialah npm install Express. Dia akan install Express ni dalam komputer. Okay. But what we want to do right now is we want to install Express ni dalam project ni saja. Okay. Kita tak nak guna dalam my system. Okay. That's why I write dash dash save. Yeah. Okay. So that Express ni akan install exactly masuk dalam project file ni saja. Nak type yang ni boleh juga, tapi dia akan install dalam project file. But I prefer you write to you guys to write this dash dash save. Okay. Sebab if you want to install to your PC, dia ada satu lagi command dash G. Lepas ni I will show you how to do that. Okay. Right now, what I want to show you, I want to show you how to install Express dalam project ni sahaja. Okay. Okay, let's write it down. Make sure everything correct. npm space install space dash dash save space Express. The name of the package itself. Okay. When I click enter, we'll try to install that thing. And then dia cakap, okay, settle. Dia dah install. Dia dah tambah Express. That version, 4.17.1. Okay. Kalau pergi package.json, ada perubahan yang berlaku. Di manakah perubahannya? Suddenly ada dependency punya properties ya. Okay. So dependencies punya properties dalam Node.js, dia akan listkan all the package dalam your project. Alright. So sekarang ni saya dah install package nama Express, so dia akan listkan Express. Oh, dalam project ni sekarang ni saya ada Express. Alright. Dan kalau anda perasan lagi, buka kat sini, dia akan create a folder called Node module atas ni. Okay. Dalam Node module ni, jangan kacau. Biar je. Okay. Technically dia simpan package Express dan package yang berkaitan dalam ni, dia simpan semua dalam ni. Okay. So anything, jangan kacau apa-apa benda dalam Node module ni. Just kacau apa yang you guys dah create tadi. Okay. So that is one of the way you want to install package, which is Express. Now, kalau nak tahu package, nak tahu install package, sama ada boleh tengok kat sini ataupun satu lagi, just npm list. So dia akan listkan all the package yang dah install. So right now, dia show kita dah install Express. Okay. Another way is you can just dash dev 0 lagi nampak clear. Okay. Dalam your project dia cakap ada Express. But the easiest way of course lah, buka je package JSON ni, then you can tengok your dependency here. Okay. And it's quite important for you guys to see the dependency of Node.js here. So dia akan list dalam dependency ni semua. Kalau ada 10 dependency, ada 10 lah kat sini. Alright. Okay. Now we already install Node.js, Express. So how to use Express? From here, you can see how easy to use Express apps. Okay. So just constant Express require an Express. And next, you need to create an app called Express. And after that, you can just use one of the function called get. Create the endpoint, which is similar to yang URL kita buat tadi. And then bagi tahu dia punya callback. Okay. And then last one, you need to send as hello world. Okay. And to want to run this server, you can just use app.listen to 5000. Okay. Simple as that. Save it out. To run it again, just use node server.js again. Oh, sorry. Maybe I need to cancel that. Just to make it, to show the server is running with a callback, same thing as macam tadi tu. and then maybe name it as server running at port 500. Okay, now it's running. Server running at port 500. You go back to your localhost tadi, and then make sure tak ada ni. Make sure dia belakang macam tu je. Because kita baru create satu je, satu endpoint je, which is this one. Okay, click here. It will return hello world. Okay, and the same thing also kalau nak tambah lagi. About maybe I just make it simple here. I am Asfah. You can do the same thing as apa yang kita buat tadi. Tapi this one is just want to show you that it can work like this. Alright, dah tukar yang ni, tukar, stopkan server, and then run balik, and then run balik, pergi ke about, so I will return whatever you send here. Okay, so it's quite nampak kemas. Kalau guna cara tadi tu, macam banyak if else ataupun guna switch ke, it's quite messy. And a lot of line you need to write. But this one is quite clear. So apa yang berlaku when this thing happen, you can write macam apa nama, tersusun lah. So that's one of the good thing about Express. And this is what we call routing. So this apa nama, show clearly macam mana nak route ke sini, macam mana nak route ke sini. Okay? Okay, from sekarang ni, technically anda dah berjaya create Node.js server, a very simple one. Sampai sekarang ada any problem? Any question? So I just proceed. Okay, so now we have a simple server, but as you can see right now, okay, if I save lagi kat sini, I need to pergi bawah ni lagi, clearkan dia. Tak perlu clear pun tak apa, just nak kena tulis balik lah. So dia run balik. So dia akan refresh. Sekarang ni saya tak dapat disebab because saya dah buang tadi. Okay. Tinggal yang ni. Lepas tu saya nak tukar pula yang ni. Okay. Save. Kalau run balik, dia tak tukar tau. Tu ada lagi tanda soal. Ada lagi tanda soal. Tanda seru, sorry. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to patah balik ke sini. Run balik. Okay. Dan baru ditukar. Quite menyusahkan kan? So one of the library that menyenangkan benda tu ialah call, pergi npm, nama dia nodemon. Okay. This is a tool for you guys. Tak perlulah buat macam tu tadi. Stop server, lepas tu save, stop server, lepas tu refresh balik, save, stop server, save, stop server tu. So kita guna nodemon. So installation, dia cakap dia recommend you to install it in your PC. So to install in your PC, as I mentioned tadi ada dash save kan. Sekarang ni kalau nak install to your PC, the whole PC boleh guna. So you use dash global. It will install inside your PC. Okay, not only your project, it will install inside your PC. Right? But of course dia cakap pun you can install inside as development dependency juga. So gunalah dash save dash dev. Okay. But right now I want to install inside my PC. So I need to stop the server first, baru boleh guna npm tu. Npm install -g -nodemon. Okay, and you click enter, dia akan install. But for now, I already installed it. So I can just list it down, -g. And to make it simple, dev 0. So right now, this is under my computer. now I have a few libraries. Ada 3 libraries ini. One of it ialah nama dia notmon. So I already install it. Okay, by using this command. Where is it? Okay, sorry. By using this command. Install -g notmon. Okay. So things, if you want to use -g, bukan -save, dia takkan install kat sini. See, tak ada notmon pun dalam ni. Dia akan install dalam your PC. Alright, itu je beza dia. So the common thing that you use ialah either npm install -g. -g pun jarang guna. Yang selalu ialah dash save and nama package. Okay. Kita memang akan guna banyak install /save nama package nanti later on. Alright. So as mentioned tadi, dah install tadi kan? Dah install notmon. How to use it? Dia cakap usage. Notmon your node app lah, which is server.js. So I can use notmon my apps, which is server.js. Okay. So right now it run the server. Okay. It start the server under notmon. Right. The best thing about notmon is, tengok, bila saya tukar sini, and then saya save, Ctrl S, dia akan restart and run balik benda tu automatically, tak perlu buat macam tadi. So bila saya refresh balik kat sini, dia dah ada. Okay. So now you can just like it about dia akan stop the server and run balik not server.js tadi. Tu when I refresh, tak balik dash about, kan ada my name Saswa, exactly sama ni. So dia lebih menyenangkan during development. Alright. So yang ni yang kita akan guna untuk half of this course to create what we call a REST API later on. Okay. So up until now, ada question? Tak ada apa Alright, so let's proceed to next thing that we want to do is to use MongoDB. Right. Oh, sorry. Okay, if you Google here, MongoDB here. Alright, I already signed in, ada account dah. So I need you guys to create one. You can just try it free here. And as I mentioned dalam slide tadi, ada pasal Atlas. So pilih Atlas. And then letaklah your detail here, email, first name, password, and get start for free. And just follow the step. Then when you sign in, log in first. Okay, this is inside my my Atlas. Okay, once I sign in. Okay, so for now, I need you guys to boleh follow up ke? Buat setakat ni? Boleh follow up, sorry. Boleh follow ke buat setakat ni? Ke I just you guys akan tengok dalam rakaman nanti? You guys prefer to do that? Boleh
Kita follow je.
Okay. Yang penting you guys kena sign in lah dulu. Sign in, buat account semua-semua tu. It will take time sikit. Just follow. Kalau nak follow along, you create apa nama MongoDB first, and then up sampai ada kat MongoDB kat sini, then baru kita boleh go through with the course, right? So once you guys ada kat sini, technically it is manage your this atlas ni dia manage your server betul-betul dalam dunia betul lah. You can access it anywhere you want. Alright, so your database will be inside your not inside your PC right now. Your database is inside internet, and MongoDB Atlas ada free account so that you can use. So I'm using a free one right now because yeah, for the sake of a tutorial, and I have created one of a cluster. We call it cluster here, called MEAN tutorial, for me to test before I come up with this course. So this is one of the tutorial. But if you want to create new one, just click create here. You'll create your new cluster, and it will show you you can use a serverless. Oops. Okay, and dedicated and share. All right. Dedicated, share. But yang semua yang lain ni tak silap semuanya berbayar. So yang free dia kat share sini. If I'm not mistaken. Dia akan ada tanda dia. Paid tier region, something like that. Okay. Yang tak paid tu maybe tak ada lah kot. Maybe boleh check. Rasanya yang ni paid semua ni. Not really sure. But if you want to go for free one, can go share. And then maybe choose Singapore. And then just leave it here because it should be enough. And then maybe probably name it as a main tutorial maybe. Mini capital, just any name you want. And then when you create a cluster, oops, why it's asked for, oh, sorry. There's down there. Ada harga. Okay. So technically I don't want yang ada harga. Oh, I already create one. So they just limit only one cluster per project. So I cannot create anymore. So we can just use this what I already created. I've created it before I come up with this course. So the name is as a MEAN tutorial. The same step you can just click create, go to share, and it will offer you a free one here if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And then create the cluster. It will create a cluster for you, and it's free forever. Okay, you can use anytime you want without paying. Okay, so it will take you like 2 or 3 minutes to create this cluster. Maybe I recommend you guys, if you want to follow this course, follow along with this course, I recommend you guys to create one for you here. And then once you create a cluster, and once everything is done, you will show you something like this. Okay. Before it's deployed, dia akan macam kelabu sikit. You cannot do anything. You need to like wait 2 to 3 minutes. Baru ada akan jadi macam ni. Okay. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to create connect. Okay. No, I think it's hard to show it something like this. Okay, for the sake of this course, I will terminate this thing. It will take time to shutting down this thing. Hopefully, I can show you how to create a cluster, a free one. Okay, maybe sekarang ni I recommend you guys to create a MongoDB database sambil kita tunggu my cluster shutting down so that I can show you how to create a database. I mean a cluster inside the MongoDB. Okay.
Ini boleh jadi satu alternatif kepada kamu semua. Instead of hosting local, lepas ni projek kamu boleh buat secara
Online.
online.
Uh,
Semuanya host dalam cloud. Database pada cloud, hosting pun di cloud. Semuanya ada cara untuk dapatkan secara percuma lah. So database kamu boleh host dalam Atlas. And then hosting pun mungkin, kalau hosting tu tak apalah, mungkin kamu nak host dalam local kat mana-mana pun, tapi at least ada inilah, kamu cubalah untuk buat semua secara online, because sekarang semua everything is on the cloud. Companies pun tak host secara local lah. Banyak yang akan pergi AWS, akan pergi
Google
Google
Cloud Platform.
S3 apa semua. So this is the future. Instead of hosting locally dalam bangunan, orang dah tak buat lah kerja ni.
Okay. So sekarang dah deploy. So hopefully you guys dah sign up the things and boleh jumpa this page. And then when you click build database, so baru dia akan show benda something like this. Okay, dia akan ada free satu kat sini. Okay. And then just click create. Dia akan jumpa benda balik yang tadi, yang saya show tadi. Okay. So boleh pilih lah nak letak kat AWS ke, GCP, Google Cloud Platform ke, ataupun Azure. And then because kita kat this region, kita ambil yang the nearest. And then yang ni biar je. Because dia memang free. Kalau nak lebih sikit, dia bayar lah. So we take yang free punya. And then of course, I will create this one. Tutorial. Same thing yang saya create tadi. And then make sure di belah ni tulis free . Tadi saya tak perasan tadi. Okay, just create cluster. Okay, yang ni yang saya mention tadi, dia akan jadi macam color kelabu. So tekan pun tak dapat. Anything tak dapat. So just tunggu 1 to 3 minutes untuk dia createkan. So again, sekali lagi saya ambil masa ni untuk you guys buat account at least sampai ke this page. Okay, so that you guys can follow along. I recommend you, memang betul-betul recommend supaya you guys to create an account supaya boleh kita follow along together with the discourse. Okay, up until now, ada apa-apa pertanyaan nak ditanya? So far? Maybe in term of macam mana write server Node.js tadi? Any question you can ask me? So for now, belajar guna server apa? Adakah guna apa nama? Linux punya server, Apache? ataupun Java VM, Java Virtual Machine?
Dia orang sekarang tengah belajar front end dulu. So,
Oh, front end dulu. Oh,
So,
belum sentuh pasal server.
belum lagi.
Okay, okay, okay. Petang ni kita belajar pasal front end. Okay. 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 Tengok dah siap dah. Right. So yang ni kita dah boleh tekan. Tengok dah boleh tekan dah. Connect pun dah boleh tekan. So the first thing you can do is, of course, you want to connect to this database lah. Alright. So click connect. And then dia akan, oh dia dah set up security. Because saya dah ada user. Dia sepatutnya tanya add a connection IP address. Okay. So just letak je your IP address there. I mean use your current IP address, tak silap nama dia. Okay. So that MongoDB can detect your IP address and then it will allow you to access the ni lah, to access the apa nama, your apps, local host punya apps. And then the next one is you need to create a database user. So here, if you first time using this, dia akan ada list kat sini somewhere here. But if you dah list macam saya dah buat. So I need to go to here. Okay, just add IP address, and then dia akan tanya lah. Tak silap dia akan tanya, but not really sure. Maybe if I delete this thing, I can show you exactly what happened. Okay, dia akan jadi macam ni. Alright, ini yang saya dah clear tadi. So kalau add connection IP address, add your current IP address. Alright, just click tu, then add. Dia akan detect your IP address. Click add. Okay, and then create database user. Dia akan tanya macam tu. Just bagi your name. And then maybe letak simple, jangan simple. Yang a suitable punya database lah. For now, I just use ABCD123 and then create database user. Then now I have a connection to my IP address, and then I have create a database user also. And then after that, then baru you can choose a connection method. What we want to choose ialah, because we are using Node.js, you need to choose connect to your application. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, dalam MongoDB, dia ada MongoDB driver, which is the official one. So yang ni you guys akan menggunakan this line untuk feed ke MongoDB driver. Tapi apa yang kita guna sekarang ni ialah Mongoose. So kita akan feed this line ke kita punya ni lah, kita punya Mongoose punya package later on. Alright. So for example, like as you can see now, a lot of driver can ada kat sini, ada kat Java, ada kat PHP, ada kat Python. But right now, because we are using Node.js, just choose the driver Node.js and then version 4.0 later, because tadi kita dah install berapa tadi? Version 16 tak silap. Okay. So dia akan keluar macam ni. And then based on this one, baca yang bawah ni, you need to replace your password. Okay, your username is there, but you need to replace your password tadi. And then after that, you need to replace your database name, which is this one. Later on, I will show you how to do that. Okay, but right now, just make a copy, and then maybe paste it down here. Maybe name it as db_url. Like that. Okay. All right. Simple as that. Oops. Okay, and the password tadi yang saya show tadi ialah ABCD1234, right? Okay, and then the next thing that yang kena tukar dia cakap tadi ialah the name of database, right? Tapi sekarang ni kita tak ada create apa-apa database. So let me show you how to create database. To create database, you can click browse collection here. Macam tadi saya dah cerita pasal NoSQL and MongoDB. So the way dia treat the data, dia akan mengguna term document dan collection. Okay, so a collection is I can say it's a database lah. Okay, and inside that collection akan ada documents, a data. Okay, so now I need to create a collection. So instead of you create a lot of sample data set, you can just use at my own data and then name it as to do, and then the collection name probably task. Okay, it's any name you want, but of course must be related with what you going to do lah. For now, we are, as I mentioned earlier, we are creating to do app list, to do list application. So the database name should be related lah. So I name it as to do, and the collection name is a task. So because I want to collect all the all the tasks inside my collection. All right. So when I create, so now this is my database to do, and this is my collection. And inside your collection, it will list down all the data in form of JSON. Okay, JSON, JavaScript object notation. Okay, I will show you after this. All right, so now we have a database name. The first thing you need to do is to change it to do, because my database name right now is to do here. Okay, and I will put it inside here. Okay, so now I already have the link. All right, I already put my username, my password, and my. The next thing you want to do is, because we want to use Mongoose, okay, you need to install Mongoose. Okay, how you want to install Mongoose? Macam kita install Express tadi. Okay, right now I cannot write anything here. Probably I just need to shut down it first. Here, npm install sama macam Express tadi. Save Mongoose. And then again, yeah. How can I attach this? Okay, again, go to npm, type Mongoose. This is the exact match of the library, the package that we want, which is called Mongoose. So we will describe what is Mongoose. As I mentioned earlier, it's an object modeling tools for MongoDB. And what we want to see is how to install. So just type npm install. I recommend you to have a -- save Mongoose, but you can just copy this thing. All right. So when install this thing, okay, it already add. As I mentioned earlier, go to package.json, you can see it will automatically update here. Now you have Express and Mongoose, right? So yeah. So once you have Mongoose, you can just call Mongoose apps, which is Mongoose require Mongoose. So now we can use this library this Mongoose apps by using this thing. All right. And then the first thing that you want to do is we want to connect to this database. So how you want to connect to the database? So you can just use Mongoose and connect, right? So the first parameter that you need to send is the URL string, which is we have specified here. You can use db.url. Then the next is the callback. So I just write the callback function. And then whatever happened inside this one, it will, like, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I will not use this callback. If you write something like this, it will return something called a promise. We'll not explain about what is promise. Maybe you can read about it. So if it returns promise, you can do something like this. You have this Mongoose connect, and it will return a promise. And if you have a promise, then you can write something, something like this. Then it will return something inside this then. Okay. And then if there's an error, it will catch something inside this error. Of course, it will catch an error. All right. So it has a promise and it will return something. But in the Mongoose connection, it will return nothing, no parameter. But if it successfully connect, it will run this function, this callback function. Okay. So right now, I just want to tell that I have successfully connect to the database. So maybe I just mention something like database connected. Okay. And then this error, I just want to console log error. Okay, simple as that. So let's run it down. In the Node server. See, it will run the server first, and it will connect to the database. Okay, simple as that. Now you can you already connected with the database, and the database just tunggu you guys untuk communicate dengan dia. Right? Alright. Another good practice is, of course, I don't want the server to running lah dulu. I want to make sure the database connected dulu, baru run the server lah. That's the best way to do, because we don't want to run the server, tiba-tiba database tak connected, tapi server dah run, which is dia akan buzzer resource lah. Right? So the best way is you need to make sure the database connected dulu, baru you run the server. So how to do that? As I mentioned earlier, this statement, dia akan return promise. Anything yang successful, dia akan return somewhere dalam ni. Anything yang error, dia akan return somewhere dalam ni. Okay? So, right now, once it's connect, it's successful, right? Because it console the log here. Okay? Successful. And then after that, baru saya letak yang ni. Okay? So that it will make sure it's connected first, and then baru dia run the server. Okay? So without, as you can see here, it will connect the database first, and then it will run the server. Right? Instead of this one, dia run dulu, manalah tahu database tiba-tiba ada problem, tak dapat connect, tapi server still run, which is not good. But this one will make sure the database connected, baru dia run the server. Alright? So this is the best practice lah. One of the this is best practice for you guys to. So now again I mentioned right now kita dah successful connect to database, and database tu just tunggu kita untuk apa nama? Untuk connect to dia. Alright? So simple as that. So make sure this thing open. Okay. So I just make sure this thing open so that you guys can refer later on. Alright. I think right now we have developed a Node.js server with MongoDB and Express. We have connect with the MongoDB using Node.js and Express. Yeah, we have successfully done our first task today for to create a Node.js server with Express and connect it with the MongoDB database. Okay, up until now you cannot see any result yet. Just you can see up the console here. Now you have a running connected database and running server, and you have this database dashboard. Okay. All right, so I think we can rehat sekejap, 5 minutes, okay? Is it okay?
Okay.
All right, so 5 minutes. We're kind of overshoot right now. Supposed to siap dalam pukul 11. But is it okay to continue that? I will show you just brief on how to develop and test REST API. Sekejap lagi. Boleh? Maybe we can
Boleh.
stop sampai pukul 12. Okay?
Boleh.
Okay. So kita jumpa balik dalam 5 minit kemudian. Dalam 10:15. Kita rehat sekejap. Hello. So get ready for the next part, which is this is the next part is one of the important part, I think. Dan sekarang kita dah develop ini, and then sekarang nak buat REST API for create, read, updates and deletes. So semua dah ada sekarang? Boleh saya proceed?
Boleh.
Boleh? Okay.
Proceed saya junukkan.
Okay. So sekarang ni macam saya mention tadi, kita dah connect, kita dah run the server, kita dah apa lagi? Kita sekarang ni just nak tunggu macam mana nak communicate with the database lagi. Itu je. Okay. So lepas ni kita akan banyak menggunakan Mongoose. Alright. And the next thing that I want to introduce you dalam JavaScript ni ialah how to export a module. So sekarang ni kita ada server.js kan. Kalau kita write semua dalam ni memang banyak lah. But later on kita akan tulis a CRUD punya operation banyak. So this is not a good practice if you want to write a code lah. It's a good practice is you need to separate your code. Okay. Supaya dia setiap code tu dia apa nama dia fokus ke specific task that you want to do, specific function that you want to do. Okay. So right now I want to make server.js ni hanya fokus untuk create server saja. Okay. And then for routing ni, I mentioned that this is a routing. Routing ni I want to create it in the separate file so that I can focus to write this route only without getting take care of a server. Right? So what I want to do right now, I want to separate this thing into other script. And then the next thing is, of course, I want to. This is very apa orang panggil? This is very dangerous punya data information. So you will janganlah letak dalam code. Okay? Memang jangan letak dalam code. Very dangerous if you want to letak dalam code. So the best thing is you need to put it somewhere else supaya apa nama tak expose lah this password semua. Alright? Okay, two things. Buat separate dalam apps, lepas tu saya nak sembunyikan benda ni. Okay. The first thing that first I will stop the server first. Stop the server. And then the first thing tadi saya cakap nak separate apps dengan sembunyikan data ni kan supaya tak expose ke sini. So the first thing saya nak sembunyikan data dulu. Baru saya akan separatekan app ni. So to sembunyi the data, one of the best to do is you just install what we call .env. Okay. If you want to read more about .env, yeah, .env. It's technically a loader for environment variables, right? And you can put it inside the .env file. Okay, so just install it. This is just best practice. Boleh je tulis dalam ni, but right now I'm showing you my password right now. But it's okay. If you want to use it, just use it. I can just terminate it later. But the best practice is you put this one inside .env file. Alright. So once you install, and make sure it's installed by looking at your package JSON. Here you can see there's a .env file. env package already installed. First thing is you need to create a .env file. Okay. So how you want to store that value? Maybe first thing ialah
Mana?
usage.
Ya, ya, ya.
So
Just strip ke nanti ke kanan.
plan. Oh, dah. Okay. Alright. Sorry. Okay. Nak store the file, dia semua ada dalam ni. Okay. So first of all, I want to store this DB URL dalam .env. So how to do that? DB URL dash, dia cakap kena buat macam ni. Copy this thing. Tak dalam ni. Okay, so this is one of the file yang saya tak nak expose dalam code saya. Saya letak dalam .env and saya save. Alright, and then to access that file, oh this one I tak guna dah. To access that file, as mentioned in this document, you need to write this thing as early as possible in your application. So I just copy yang ni. Early as possible, so I put the first line here. So now I'm using this .env. And then how I want to access that DB URL? Process env, the name of the file that you, okay, similar. You need to use this thing. So now it's separated. You guys tak boleh tengok my password dah. If I change it, this thing. So it's separated and selamat lah. So this is one of the thing. And then of course I want to store the port juga lah. Because I don't want people to know where's my port. But you guys dah tahulah sekarang. But this is a good practice. Just put it inside any yang crucial punya data, password ke apa ke, just put inside .env. Okay, so that later on you can just access it from here. env dot what we call port. Okay, and maybe because it's already inside this .env file, so I can just use this notation. Process.env.port. Okay, simple as that. So now you cannot see my DB URL because I already put inside this one. You also cannot see my port, right? So let's run it out and test it out. Hopefully everything's okay. This connect to database macam biasa and still running in port 5000. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that one dah settle. Next, I would like to separate this thing to another file. So first of all, I will create app.js here. Okay. I will copy this thing. JS. And then also I will copy this thing. Okay. And then I will create this. I will take this thing. So I don't need to write it inside the server anymore. Okay, now I have this one. And this one, I can focus all of the routing here inside this file only. So I don't need to open the server anymore. I can focus my works to create a REST API inside this file. All right. So I can write a lot of things here. Either post or whatever it is. Later on, I will show it to you how to do that. Okay. But the main thing is you need to make sure it is exposed. Can be export out. So how to do that? You can use module.exports and export this variable. All right. So now any file can access this app, right? So I want this file to be accessed by the server. So instead of I'm getting app equal to express here, I will use require dot, and then I will refer to my app.js here. Okay, just app.js. Okay. So now I already export this thing through here and put it inside this one, and I can use this app inside this server.js. All right, so that I can start the server inside the server. Okay, make sense? Boleh? All right. Now, if you test it out, dia akan buat benda yang sama. Okay, but right now, server, oops, I think I can just delete this. Okay, right now, the server hanya involve pasal server thing. So tak ada kaitan pasal the express dah sekarang. Because saya dah transferkan all the express thing dalam ni. So that I can focus on the express. And then later on, server ni dah boleh tutup lah. Tak boleh tengok. So technically, you can focus your works inside this file by using this module that export. Alright. So now it's separated. Next, I want to create a model, an object, so that I can interact with my database. Okay. So to do that, I recommend you guys to go to Google Mongoose. Mongoose.js, sorry. Mongoose.js, object document model. Yeah. So this is the page. And then click read documentation. All right. So Mongoose is all about schema and model. And if you want to go to look for reference, you can go into this documentation. Okay, but yeah, a lot of things here. So right now, just follow along with me. As I mentioned inside my slide tadi, this is one of the core concept inside MEAN stack. You need to understand what is schema, and then change buat schema ni jadi model, and then use this model to interact with the collection, task collection tadi. Okay, so nanti I will show you how to create a schema, a structure of data, and then after that I will change it into model so that I can communicate to my database inside MongoDB. All right. Okay, let's import Mongoose. Let's import Mongoose first. Oh, no, I think don't need to import Mongoose. Let's create a model first. Okay, I've created a new folder here, and then I will create a new file called task so that I can create task model. Okay, so here barulah import Mongoose. Go to require Mongoose. Okay, and then as I mentioned tadi, I want to create a schema. So task schema equal to mongoose dot schema. Then inside this mongoose dot schema, then you will describe what is your data structure. Okay, as I mentioned inside in my slide here, I want to have a task, data task that has two property, which is description and is done. Okay, and this description must be string and it is required. Kalau tak ada description, database boleh reject. Okay, and then it is mesti ada done. Probably tak perlu pun, tak required pun tak apa. But kalau tak isi is done ni, dia akan default by false. Alright, let me show you. Okay, I want to have a task schema with yang structure yang saya tunjuk tadi. First kali ialah description. And then I describe type of it. Oh, sorry. Oops, dia dah ada dua. Dia ada dua kat sini, okay. Should be okay. Oops. Okay. Type of string. And then I want to have this required field, true. Okay, and the next is I want to have is done, right? And then type dia ialah boolean, and then it's not really required. Kalau ada, kalau tak ada, then tak ada lah. But if tak ada, I want to specify the value of is done is false. Okay. Another thing, right now I have described the schema, the task schema. So technically, I tell that the task must have this DESC, which is description, and is done property, and this description must be string, and it is required. How about this is done? Is done must be boolean. It optional. You can have it, or you can just leave it blank, but by default it will be false. Okay, I just tell them I just tell that the database that this is my schema, my data, the structure of data, right? And then next thing is an optional. This is one I just want to add a timestamp of database, so I can use a timestamp here and equal to true, right? So right now I have a task schema that describe my data here. Okay. And the next is, of course, once I have the task, when I have this task, I want to make it as a model, right? So that I can communicate with the database here. Okay. So next I will create a model. Usually, you will write a model with a capital letter of alphabet. The first character of this name, which is task. It's good practice, just good practice. You can just make it smaller, but I prefer to make it capital letter because I just want to know that this is a model. Okay, so now I want to create a task model. So how to do that? Just use Mongoose and create a model, and then give the name of it, same name. Okay, same name. Prefer to use same name. And then it asks you the next is the schema, which is of course this one, the task schema, right? Okay. And then after that, of course, I want to use this model, probably in app.js here. Again, I will export this thing so that app.js can use this model, right? Now I already export this thing as task, and I want to use it. So let's use require models and refer to this task.js. Okay. Now in task.js, I already export this thing, and I get this using require this thing and refer it to this link, and then I will put this model inside this task variable here, and later on I can use task whatever I want, right? First thing we need, I will show you how to create data inside the database, because right now, if you go to your database here, this is your database and this is your collection. There's no data here, right? It's empty. So I want to show you how to create a database. I mean, how to create a data. Okay. So first of all, let me create a URL. I mean, another route. Maybe I can say add, maybe. So later on, you will write something like this, add something like that. Okay. And then request press. So I get the request and I get the response. The first thing that I want to do is I want to create a variable based on the model, the task model. So how to do that? I can just use task and then new task, and then it must be based on this structure, okay, which is the description and is done. So I have a description, all right, and then maybe I can, because it is string, I need to have string. Maybe I can drink water. So this is my first task to ask me to drink water. And then it is required. So you need to have this data to be entered. And then is done is probably false, something like that. But as I mentioned here, this is done is not required. If you not specify it's false or true or whatever, it will be by default it false. Okay, so you can just leave it blank. Right? I can just write somewhere something like this. Okay, now I have a task. The one thing that I want to show you how to save this data to the database, because we already have this model, all right? And then you can use one of the function called save. You can go here and go to model, and then it will tell you how to save here. So you can use the function called save, right? Oh, with the capital letter. Okay, simple as that. Okay, and this one is a asynchronous data. It will, you need to write, you need to handle it. So the best way is, I want to show you is to use the async await. missing await. And then I can tell you that I just want to have a result and I will await. Okay, so that you need to make sure that this function is asynchronous because I mentioned tadi task save ialah asynchronous. So you need to make sure that you are declaring this function is asynchronous. And if you want to await that data to go inside this result, so you need to write await here. Okay, whatever happened after this result is fetched, you can write it down somewhere here. Right? Okay, so what I want to do right now is I want to respond. I want to have a response of send result so that it will show you to your browser here. I mean, where is it? It will show you to this browser here, right? Okay. Yeah. And because it is await, I will use a try catch block and make sure it's try this thing because you need to try it first. And then if anything wrong inside this, it will catch the error. So I want just to log the error. All right, simple as that. So let's try it out. Okay, now we successfully add the data to database because it replied this JSON. Okay, this is part of JSON. I mean, this is JSON in string, displayed in string. So right now, as you can see right now, we have sent this description with the drink water. Okay. And as I mentioned tadi, kalau kita tak specify apa value is done, dia akan bagi default. So it will be default. And the MongoDB will automatically generate an ID for you. And then if I'm using the timestamp is true, that's why it will automatically create this property called create at, and it will tell you when it's created and when it's updated. All right. So right now it's already respond from the server. And if you go to this database, go back to your here, and probably just refresh it down actually. We have our first data here. Now you already create data. Okay, exactly what we write here. Okay, simple as that. So you can create another data again if you want, but I don't want you guys to test the what we call this one. We call it as endpoint of REST API. Okay, this one not a good practice to test the REST API. So one of the best way is to use a REST client, REST API client, so that you can test it out. So Visual Studio has that extension. And if you go to Visual Studio here, you can just click an extension here. And then maybe you can just search a section in Marketplace called REST client. So now you have a REST client here. And then I already installed it. If you don't have it, I think it will write something like install. So just install it. Now I already installed. Okay. And to test it out, you can read it out here if you want to read more, but I will just show you how to use this REST client. Okay, close it first. Maybe you can just close it here. All right, to use REST client, you can create a new file called restclient.http. Okay, and then I want to get this thing, right? I want to get this thing. Oops. So I just use the get request. Then this is the REST API endpoint that you want to use. Then yeah, I think for the get it's just something like this. Okay, and then if you want to test it out, you can just click send request here, and then it will tell you this is the result that you have. Oops, how can I? Okay, this is the result that I have. Okay, so instead of you seeing something like this, you can see something like better than that, right? So that's how the best practice that you want to test your REST API. All right, and of course, as I mentioned in my slide here, most of the time that you want to do some data exchange here between the student, you will use JSON. So instead of you are sending, use the term send here, you can just use JSON. It means that you are response with JSON data type. Okay, so save it out and test it back here. So I will return back. Okay, so right now I think I can close close this website. I mean close this browser because we are not testing it using this thing here right now. We are using REST client, so I can make it bigger so that you can see it clearly. All right, so this is how you test it, and then now it seems working. You can add, but usually if you are adding thing, you will not use get endpoint. Okay, I can close this one, I think. If you want to add data inside database, you will use post. All right, because you need some data. Okay, and then let me introduce you what is post. If you specify this is a post, there will be data inside a request. Yeah. Okay, somewhere you put it inside the request. And then you can process that data inside the request body. Okay. So how to do that? Maybe I can just use console log request.body. Like that. It will tell you whatever post request inside this body. Okay. Right now I will show you how to do a post testing. Okay, just change it to post, and then just leave it /add here, and then content type I think it's application JSON maybe. Then after that you specify the JSON, which is the description of maybe I can do watch Netflix maybe, something like that. And then maybe you can specify it's done. But I think it's okay because it's done is not not required. The only thing that we require when we specify inside the schema is the description. Okay, you can put it if you want, but I mean, I just leave it blank here. Okay, so that it will be default. Is done is false. Okay, so once I have this, and then I'll make sure everything is run. Okay, everything is run, and make sure it's post and it's add, and I will get this thing inside the request.body. Okay, when I send request, Oops. Something happened, I think. Oh, it's undefined. I'm not sure what happened. Let's see how it's used. Maybe oh, still undefined. Application just supposed to return the thing, but can I see the result? It's supposed to return the body, but not sure where is it. Maybe I need to add a JSON inside here, maybe. Okay, maybe I need to write something like this. Middleware. What we call middleware. Okay, it's restarting. I just add this line so that I can make sure all the requests is has JSON, and test it out again. Oh, sorry, that's the body. Okay, so I forgot to add this middleware. So we'll explain further what is middleware. Just add this line, and then you can get this request.body as a JSON. All right. So right now I am sending from this line with a post with a body of JSON. Okay, and the JSON has the DESC, and the content is watch Netflix. So as you can see right now, I have this server running, and when I send this post, it will tell you to watch Netflix. Okay, exactly as what I wrote here. Okay, so now I get that body. Now what I want to do is I can get the body here, and of course I don't want the whole thing lah. Saya nak DESC ni sahaja. So DESC ni sahaja. Okay. So right now I get it from I get the DESC as a string from here and fetch it from request.body.DESC, and I put inside the task and I save it. Okay, let's see the result. Oops, what happened? I see. Sorry. Okay. Because it's await, you need to asynchronous to declare it as an asynchronous function. Okay, let's try again. Send a request. Now it's successfully saved the data inside the database. If you refresh this thing, okay. now it successfully, yeah, here is the one that we already did. Okay, watch Netflix. Maybe so I can just delete it. Okay, so now this is the one that we'll just really re-add. All right, and maybe you can just add new data, for example, like play video games. And when you send request, you will add a new one here. Go here back again. Nampak? Dia just tambah. Right? So simple as that. Okay. This is post. So you can create the data. And next is you want to have another get. You want to read the data. So maybe you can use to do. This one, I want to show you how to get all the data listed in the database. So technically you can just use try catch. Same thing again. And just copy here. And what I want to do is I want to list all the data here inside the database. So the function that I can use is to use find. Okay, simple as that. So when I go here, because it is get and the endpoint is to do, so I need to change this one as get. The endpoint is to do, and it will not send anything. So I just delete the body here. Then when I send a request, task is not. Oh, sorry. You need to use this task. Capital T. Okay, let's try it back. Send request. It will list all the data that inside the to-do. So now you can read it. Okay. See, I can list the drink water, watch Netflix, and play video. Exactly what have been listed here. Drink water, watch Netflix, and play video games. All right. And the next thing I want to create is another endpoint, which is what if I want to get only one to-do task? Okay. So I can use get, and maybe I can add a new parameter. Okay. How to create a parameter? I can use something like this and use double yang ni. Apa nama panggilan ni? Something macam ni. And then because I want to specify the name as ID, so I create ID. Okay? Something like that. ID. So how I can how I can fetch this ID? So you can use, for example, like constant ID equal to request.params and ambil nama ni. And if you want to get the data based on the ID, you can use find by ID and bagi ID kat situ. It's the ID. But to make it simple, you just get this thing and letak kat sini. Lagi senang. Okay. So it means that right now you have another endpoint of REST API with to do of the parameter ID. Okay. How to get the parameter ID? Request.params.id. Test find ID, request param ID. Okay. So test it again. To do right now, you want to access this, right? So maybe ambil satu of the, for example, like play video games here. I take this ID, this ID, then I paste it here, right? So that it will represent this. Okay. So when I click send request, it will just list that ID only. Okay, simple as that. So I already show you how to get all the data and how to get the specific data. Okay, it's 12 PM already. So I just show you a sikit lagi. Okay, next I want to have an updates. So updates I will use app post, and then maybe I want to update. Oh no, I can use the name of edit. And then similar to yang ni tadi, similar to yang this one. Okay. So I can just sing for a request and a response. All right. Try catch again. Console error. Same thing again. And then result await task dot find by ID and update. Okay. The first parameter is the ID, of course. So I will put the ID inside the body of the request. So I can use this request.body.id. Okay. And the updates is the query, update query. So I want to update the description right now. So what I can do is I can do something like this. And then I get the new description from the body. Okay. And this one is just optional because I want to return new, I want to return new as true. This is an option, query option. Okay. By default, it's false. Just add this line. Okay. And then after successfully fetch that thing, after await that thing, you can just respond, listen, and result. Okay. And for this one, I will use post back again because it posts and the endpoint is edit. Okay. And the content type is sama macam tadi. And then the body inside this one is, because I put the ID inside the body, so I need to have an ID. Then I can use the same ID here. Okay. Then I want to change what I want to change here inside this description. For example, like instead of playing video game, I want to tell that I want to play Dota. It's also games. So I just want to change, instead of play video games, I want to play Dota 2. Something like that. Okay. So when I already save this thing and make sure it posts and edit, and then it will capture the request body ID and put it inside find by ID and updates, because this needs the ID, the first parameter. And the second one is what we want to change. I want to change the description with the description inside this body. Okay. So this one is just an optional. You can have it because I want to see the updated data. I can show you, okay, without this one. Okay, when I click send request, it will just show you the not updated data. But if you go to the database and refresh it back, okay, it already changed to Dota 2. Okay, So to demonstrate that, when I change this to the new true, and then I change it back to video games, when I click send request, it will send you the latest one. That's why I want you guys to have this new true. Okay, so that it will tell you the latest updated data. And again, if you go back to here, just want to check to do data. So now it changed back to the video games. All right, simple as that. Okay, and next thing, I want to have a simple update done. Right, so maybe I can just copy this thing, edit this thing, and just change the endpoint to done. And I want to have the body to update is done is equal true. Something like that. Okay, I don't need to fetch it inside this one. Or maybe I just change one parameter, is done is true. Okay, so this one changing the is done become true. So that later on I will just change the ID, yeah, and change it into done. And then let's test it out. I want to change this into done. See, now it will return the one, and the one that I change is done become true instead of false. Previously is false. Okay, now it's become true. Okay, so it's mentioned that I already play video games lah, so it's done. Right? So the last one is, okay, last one, another 5 minutes, is delete. Never mind, I will write it back. I guess. If I want to delete, you can just use delete. And then maybe delete. And same thing as get tadi. So it's asynchronous. Okay, and try catch. Same thing again, console.log error. Okay, do the same thing. Await. The one that I will use is find by ID and remove. So it needs only the ID. So I just use the request because it is from here. It's not from the body. So request params.id. Okay. And then the last one is, I think just press JSON result. Similar to the router up here. Okay. So that's that. And change it to delete. And we don't need this to do this. But the one that I want to delete is the last one here. Okay. Just the play video games to do list because this is already done. So I don't need it anymore. I just want to delete it. Okay. So when I click send request, so it tells you that I am deleting this data. Okay. So right now I've done the delete. So when you refresh it back, so no video games anymore. No video games task anymore. All right. Simple as that. Okay. So I think we already created a CRUD function. Okay, we have a simple get just to hello world, and then we have add, we have do, we have I think this one is create. This one is create, I think, to do ID, and then this one is read. Sorry, I can make sure it's common. Let's create. And this one is read to list everything and to list a specific data. And then this one is update. So this one is just to edit the description, and this one to make sure it's done. So I change it's done to true instead of false. And the last one is delete. Okay, so now we have C, create, R, read, update, U, and delete. Okay, so we already have all of the CRUD operation, and you know how to test it out using REST client HTTP, which is an extension of Visual Studio Code punya extension. And yeah, now I think we have done that. Okay, now we have developed and test REST API with CRUD operations. So yeah, now it's already 12:18, it's lunchtime. So kita boleh start sekarang ke?
Right, kita start sekarang, Dok.
Boleh. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. So just to recap, tadi kita dah buat develop a Node.js server with MongoDB. Let me share my screen first. Okay, tadi kita dah develop Node.js server with MongoDB and Express. And then also kita dah develop and test our REST API. Semuanya ada pasal create, read, update dengan delete operations. So this is sneak peek untuk apa yang kita telah buat tadi. So kita ada kita dah set up a server, and then kita dah separatekan server dengan apps. So yang ni dia akan handle all the server punya matter. Ni clear?
Clear.
Okay. So kita dah buat yang ni, and then kita dah tahu macam mana guna Mongoose untuk connect database, and then macam mana nak create server. Okay, and then kita dah separate menggunakan required app ni tadi. So kita dah buat kat sini. Yang sini kita akan set up all the route. So macam ni kita dah buat create operation menggunakan task.save, read operation menggunakan task.find, another read operation menggunakan task find by ID, update operation menggunakan find by ID and update, update operation menggunakan find by ID and updates with different punya ni properties, and then delete operation by find by ID and remove. Okay, and then kita telah buat model tu menggunakan ni Mongoose, and cara nak buat dia dari schema, kita set schema and then kita modelkan menggunakan mongoose.model. Okay, Lepas tu kita juga dah tunjuk macam mana cara basic testing menggunakan REST client, which is one of the extension, Visual Studio extension. And benda ni sangat useful for those yang betul-betul buat pasal REST API development. Memang guna everything dalam Visual Studio Code. Test pun dalam Visual Studio Code. Write pun dalam Visual Studio Code, which is a good practice sebenarnya. Sebab senang nak buat. Kita write the route here and then test terus dalam REST client. Okay, so right now kita dah ada a working REST API. If you run this thing, the node mon and server. Okay, kita, for example, like kita nak ambil data, like kat sini mana tadi nak ambil data? Sini, kita ambil all the data semua kat sini. So end dia ialah /todo. So http ni kita tukar kat belakang dia /todo. Okay, and then nak test dia, just tekan klik set request and then dia akan ambil terus apa yang dalam database. Okay, yang ni response dia. So sekarang ni kalau test semua benda ni, kalau buat je test semua benda ni, semua dah siap. Okay, sekarang ni on the back end punya side, as I mentioned earlier, kita dah settle MongoDB, Express dengan Nodes. Sekarang ni dia dah boleh keluarkan JSON untuk dibaca oleh front end. Okay, which is dalam main stack, the front end punya framework kita akan gunakan Angular. Alright, so to create Angular, first of all maybe I can show you mana dia punya website. Okay, Angular macam yang saya cakap tadi is a TypeScript based framework. It's a framework. So as I mentioned dalam slide tadi, dia ialah a framework yang ada collection of well integrated libraries and then also have a complete tools for develop, build, test and updates. Okay, and then all of these things kita akan guna Angular CLI. Okay, so first of all, I want you guys to let me stop the server first. I want you guys to install Angular CLI. Cara install Angular CLI ialah npm install. Kali ini jangan install dalam ni sebab kita nak guna dia globally. Kita nak guna dia dalam PC ni. Kita tak nak guna dia dalam this project only. Okay, so what you can do is just to recap lagi. Kalau nak install dalam PC, kita G. Okay, maksud dia global. Kita install dia globally. Recap balik lagi. Kalau nak dalam project saja tekan save lah. But for Angular CLI, kalau nak install guna G. And then dia punya task ialah maybe you guys can Google Angular CLI. Okay, Google Angular CLI and then boleh nampak lah yang ni. Cara install dia, dia memang suruh guna install -g. Okay. Tapi sekarang ni seperti yang saya cakap tadi, kalau install -g dia dalam global, dalam your PC. So sekarang ni saya dah install. Saya boleh check kat sini, list the global and saya just make it nampak ringkas lagi. So boleh tengok dalam saya punya PC, saya ada Angular CLI, saya ada Firebase tool and NodeMon yang tadi tu. And then sekarang ni saya dah install. So apa yang you guys boleh buat ialah just npm just installkan saja. Based on yang ni boleh copy pergi ke angular.io.cli kalau nak tengok in detail. Lepas tu add Angular CLI, something like that. Tapi saya dah install, so saya tak perlu buat. So once dah install, just to make sure dia install macam tadi, saya just listkan. Itu satu cara. So this is one of the way saya nak check sama ada dah install ke tak. Satu lagi cara ialah saya menggunakan command ng. Okay. Then dash version. So sekarang ni maksudnya saya dah ada Angular CLI install dalam saya punya PC. So Angular CLI ni yang saya maksudkan akan digunakan untuk develop. It's a tools for you to develop, to build, even you can test your code and then do some management thing inside your Angular apps. Okay, which I will show you after this. Right? So make sure once dah install, check lah guna ng dash version. Right? And selain daripada itu banyak lagi boleh buat. So just tekan ng. Dia akan list all of the command yang available. So dalam ni lah yang saya masukkan tadi, boleh test, boleh develop, boleh build and a lot of thing. Macam ni, ada test, ada develop for serve, ada updates the codes, ada deploy, macam mana nak deploy, macam mana nak build, semua ada. So very good set of tools for you to develop an apps. So yang tu yang saya maksudkan dengan a set of developer tools dengan menggunakan Angular CLI. Right. So before apa-apa lagi, maybe kita boleh buka baru probably. Okay. Tak buka baru, Visual Studio Code, just a new window, dan besarkan dia, and then probably oops, sekejap, macam mana? Okay, this is new window, tekan file, tekan folder, maybe boleh cari kat dalam sini, saya letak dalam sini, project, tutorial, okay, saya nak pilih folder tutorial ni, so saya select folder, dia akan buka folder tutorial. Okay, lepas tu macam biasa saya akan buka terminal, kat view, terminal. Okay, now dia cakap sekarang kita dalam this folder yang saya tunjuk tadi. Okay, Angular dah install. Okay, first thing you want to do is you want to create an Angular apps. Okay, how to create an Angular apps? It's quite simple. Tekan ng, new, the name of your app. For example, right now saya nak buat apps nama to do. Okay, so when you enter, it will take time for you to first dia akan tanya, would you like to add Angular routing? Of course, you want to add Angular routing. And then which style sheet format you like to use? So rasanya kita just guna CSS je lah rasanya. Yang ni another type of CSS, sass and less. No, probably kita guna CSS saja. And kita tunggu macam mana dia, kita tunggu dia create lah. So it will take like a few seconds ataupun maybe minutes. So dia akan create everything for you. Okay. Sampai sekarang, until now, any question on Angular? They just nak create an apps sekarang. A very basic apps. Hopefully you guys can follow along, okay?
Boleh, boleh.
So they're still creating. So just a quick question. Are you guys familiar with HTML, CSS, and script it into JavaScript?
We just learn about CSS.
Oh, okay. So hopefully you guys familiar dengan HTML and then how to code dia menggunakan JavaScript. So the concept is for this Angular application, memang teknik ni kena basic understanding on Angular. On HTML, CSS and how it connects to each other with JavaScript lah. Okay, so tak apa. I will just go through how to create an Angular apps. It's a simple one. Alright, as you can see right now, saya dah package dah install semua, saya dah create semua benda ni. Dan kalau perasan, dia ada satu jenis folder yang created based on exactly apa yang saya type tadi. ng new to do. So it's to do. Ada folder to do baru. Okay. So apa yang kita nak buat sekarang ni ialah kita go for cd. Kita listkan. Sekarang ni ada min tutorial folder dengan to do folder. Now cd. Kita go change directory to do. So now we are in a to-do list. And then probably I can say okay, I will create just to buka dia punya folder lah. Alright. Ataupun satu cara lagi, you can just go ni, open the folder and then masuk tutorial tadi, masuk to do. Okay, select folder. Lagi better. Tadi ada min tutorial atas tu kan? So we don't want that. We just want to focus on to do folder. So inside yang ni kita akan nampak lebih kurang macam Node punya file structure tadi. Dia ada Node modules, dia ada package.json and then dia ada some .js, a lot of things. Okay, but dalam Angular apps ni yang paling you guys akan fokus ialah benda yang dalam source ni, SRC. SRC maksud dia source. So boleh tengok kat sini dia ada application. Okay, dalam sini dia ada component semua, ada module. Lepas tu dia ada asset. Lepas tu dia ada environment. Lepas tu dia ada icon, favicon, index, main.ts, polyfill.ts, and then ada style.css and test.css. Okay, so for now, what I want you guys to focus is only yang dalam source ni lah kot rasanya. Yang lain rasanya tak ada lagi. I think just focus dalam source. Sorry. Focus dalam source ni. Okay. So again, I will open the terminal here. And as I mentioned tadi, kita guna Angular CLI sekali lagi to develop. Kita boleh tekan ng-serve. Okay. So bila tekan ng-serve ini, dia akan try build these apps. I think just click no. I mean just type n, because this one is just for share anonymous usage data. Okay, technically this is the way Angular apps compile, dia guna few library to just compile it and pack it into a very compact punya file. And then sekarang ni dia serve that file in a local server, which is inside this localhost 400 for you guys to develop. Okay, ini belum deploy lagi, ini for develop. Okay, so when you can just go here. Oops. And masuk ke your browser and then run yang ni. Okay, so right now it's running. Okay, this is your website sebenarnya. Alright, so for those yang dah berjaya sampai sini, congratulations, this is your first Angular apps that running. Alright, so kalau nak tahu macam mana dia run, sebab ya kita tak sure pun apa yang berlaku sekarang ni. And then yang berlaku sekarang ni ialah dia run page dekat index.html ni. Okay, and then dia akan panggil app.root. Okay, dalam body ni app.root, and app.root ialah dalam app. And kalau boleh buka kat sini, ni app.component.html. Yang ni lah yang ditulis di dalam apa yang kita nampak ni. Okay, I can show you like welcome. So kita ada welcome. Yeah, welcome. And then probably rocket ship. I don't know where is it. But never mind. Select all here and then just delete it. And then use your knowledge on HTML. Just type h1. Okay, when you save, dapat nampak tak? Dia akan reload everything, dia akan compile balik, lepas tu dia compile successfully. Tu dia akan tukar balik. So this is our apps yang sebenarnya tadi. Okay? So the good thing about ng-serve ni macam ni. Okay, I can show you here. Right. Saya nak tukar dia pergi world without the apostrophe. Okay. Dan bila saya save, dia akan bla 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 bla, dia akan terus update. Okay. So it is one of the tools for you to senang nak develop lah. Tak perlulah refresh and rebuild balik. Dia memang update. Contohnya tak banyak macam ni. Dia akan update. Okay. So yang tu one of the tools yang korang dah belajar pasal Angular CLI. Yang first tadi ialah ng-new kan. ng-new to create an apps. Lepas ni sekarang ni ng-serve. So to serve the apps for development. Okay. So right now you can just write your HTML. See, when you save je, dia akan terus reflect kat sini. Alright. So it's easy for you to develop the apps. Okay. First thing that I want to do is I just want to have this thing. Just leave it as lower. And I would like to change the title up here. So where you want to change, of course, inside this main index. Just put it dash and to do. Save, dia dah tukar, to do. And this is our apps. Alright. So dalam index.html ni ialah technically the overall thing. the ng serve dia akan baca this index.html. So dalam body of this main index.html ni dia ada app root, so dia akan refer to this app root. Okay, because this app root have been declared from here. Okay, kalau kita baca sini, this is import, this is the declaration, and this is the class. Okay, as you can see, dia tulis app root kat sini. Okay, technically it shows that Angular dia boleh they can act as a declarative. Okay, they can declare anything they want. Sekarang ni they declare this thing, this app component as an app root. Later on you can just call here app root. Okay, alright. And inside the Angular, as I mentioned dalam slide tadi, the best thing, one of the best feature dalam Angular dia ialah component based. Okay, so dalam satu website ni, dia akan dianggapkan sebagai a small chunk of component. Okay, sekarang ni dalam satu website ni, saya ada satu komponen. Okay, sebab dalam ni memang ada satu komponen je lah. And this component, dia tulis app, dia tulis hello world. Alright? Okay, so what I want to show you how you can create your own declaration. You can create another component. Okay, so how I want to create another component. So I think this is the third command of Angular CLI, I think. Okay, right now you cannot tulis kat ni sebab dia telah running serve engine just for your development. So what you can do right now is just click plus here and it will go to the next bash. So right now dia ada dua. Saya mention earlier juga saya menggunakan git bash. Okay, so git bash here. Okay, so yang ni boleh saya dapat type. Alright, so next common CLI yang you guys selalu akan guna ialah ng g is generate, but I prefer to use generate. What you want to generate? One of thing that you want to generate is component, so component. Okay, but the short form is C. So just use ng gc for component. And where you want to put? So for now, I want to put inside components, and maybe I call this thing as a header maybe. And then when I click enter, it will tell you that it create the things inside source, app, and based on what you write here, components, header, and then it will create all the components, specific components inside that header. Okay. Now I have, as you can see here, I have another new folder here just created by ng generate tadi. And then I generate a component, which is a header. And dalam folder header tu pula, I have header component.css, header component.html, header.component.spec.ts, and header component.ts. Okay, similar to as you can see in the app root here. Saya ada app component.css, saya ada app component.html, saya ada app component.spec.ts, and saya ada app.component.ts. Right? So now you guys already have another one component. Okay? So to look at the component that you have installed inside this app, you can go to app module. Okay? This app module is declare apa-apa yang related dengan module dan component. Okay, so right now inside my application, I have ng module and I have browser module. I've also imported app routing module, and then I have app component dengan header component yang baru saya buat tadi. Okay, which is dalam components, header component. Okay, so this import, I declare it here So inside the declaration, I have app component dengan header component. Okay. Dan dalam import ni pula, I have a browser module and app routing module. So later on, kalau nak tambah komponen, you guys akan nampak these components bertambah. And later on also, kalau ada another module that you want to add, you guys akan nampak ada module lagi. Macam tu lah. So dia akan bertambah-tambah lah kat sini. Okay. So now I want to show you the best thing about components. Okay. Alright. So let's do this first. You go to the component and inside the folder header here. Dalam ni, as mentioned tadi, ada header.component CSS, ada .html and .ts. So the main thing that you want to see is header.html. .html file. Lepas tu .ts file. And then .css. Okay. And .html, .ts and .css ialah akan bertanggungjawab dalam header ni saja. Header component. Okay. Dia tak akan ada kaitan dengan app component lagi. So maksudnya, you guys boleh create a specific component for you to work. Alright, sekarang ni saya nak work only dalam header component saja. Saya takkan fikir pasal app component. Okay. So right now saya nak tulis maybe just change this thing. My name is Asfar. Okay. Dalam komponen ni saya ada paragraph my name is Asfar. Alright. So now I have this component and I want to put inside this app component. Okay. How I want to do that? Sekarang saya dah buat ni and bila pergi ke header.component, kita tengok declaration di atas ni. Nama dia ialah app header. Okay. Nama dia ialah app header. So remember that. So I can ambil this component, pergi ke app component, then I can call app header. Macam tu je. Okay. So bila save, dia tulis my name is Asfar here. Right. So dia tak ditulis di app.component, dia tak ditulis di this component, dia akan ditulis di this component. Okay. So that maksudnya sini dia akan focusing on maybe just I have another component here and I can put a lot of component down here. Boleh letak banyak-banyak even. Kalau nak buat, dia akan ulang 10 kali sebab dia komponen yang sama. And you can create more component one. Alright. And technically that's the idea of the component-based workflow. Because you want to pecahkan all of the components, all of your web application inside several components. Okay. So what I want to do right now is I want to show you another thing called I think input maybe. Okay, go for header component. Right. So yang as I mentioned tadi, if you guys familiar with HTML dengan CSS, HTML dan JavaScript, so dia ada macam how can I say this? You can write it supaya dia boleh communicate to each other. Okay. Right now I want to show you how I can do some logic inside this script. For example, like I will create inside this header component. We'll have a public name maybe, and it is a string, I think. And you must need to declare it as maybe null. Oh no, cannot be null. Undefined maybe. No, wait, I just put it something in this. Okay. No, probably I can just put my name here. Okay, I can put my name here. And then here, instead of I'm typing it here, I can just use this form. Okay, and then I can call the name of this. Okay, and then save. You will read the name which is not written here. It's written here. I can show you maybe like can change the Ali name. I can change to Abu. Right? And then probably I can like do some manipulation here. So because this is a global variable inside this class, so you can just use this name equal to maybe change it to Ali. So when it run, it will go from Abu, and when it initiate here based on this one, it will change to Ali. All right. So that's how you try to communicate the data between the HTML and the components. Okay. And what else? Maybe I can show you. Maybe I can show you something like this. Okay, I declare, I import input here, which is have been prepared inside this core. And then I declare an input by typing something like this. Okay. Input, and maybe I can name it as name, maybe change it to here. The type of string, nothing. Okay, and then right now, if let's put my name again. Okay, there's a my name here. Right now, what I can do is, because I declare it as input, now my app header can input by using this variable. Okay, so from this app component, I can interact with my app header by using this kind of thing, I think. Using this kind of declaration, I can name it as name, maybe. Name it as spark. Fail to comp. Let me see. It's a string. Let me check it first. Why is fail to compile? String. Maybe I need to use as string. Yes. Something like that. Okay. I can input any input here. All right. Can input any input and send it to the header component, which is this one, which is I declare it here. Maybe I name it, I just initialize it as something like this so that you can see it's still written as asfar, because asfar is not from header here, the input of from header components. The asfar string is come from here. Okay, just want to demonstrate the input type. Okay, so technically you can go for input type and input something into your component here, which is you can interact with the main component. This is the parent component. I can say it's parent component, and this header component is the children of the parent. So I can send the data to that component, so it can interact to each other. There's also a declarative called output, but I think it's quite advanced in terms of outputting the data back to this one. Just show you how you want to, you can communicate with each components, and each of the components can be declared by using the nggc tadi. So you can create a lot of components and then make it inside in your main component. All right. So that's one of the best thing about Angular. Technically, you can write everything inside each of the components. So you guys tak akan nampak sejenis website yang tulisan dia apa nama, the code dia panjang-panjang. Dia akan separated by component and component and component. Alright. So that's the main important thing korang kena understand dalam Angular apps. So this is the component yang saya buat. Okay. This is the component saya buat. So next I will show you I can get another component from outside. Alright. So one of the most popular a collection of components, which is a module yang untuk buat website ni cantik, is nama dia ialah mana? Nama dia ialah Angular Material. Okay, Angular Material ialah a component library, so that you can use it without just panggil je component. Okay, macam tadi I just panggil je app dash header ni component. Yang ni you can panggil based on component apa yang ada dalam ni. Alright, dia akan make your website cantik, and yeah. So later on I will show you how to create a simple to do app list menggunakan material component. So how to install material component? Angular Material. Just go to your console here and type ng add. Okay. This is another command kita kan. Tadi ada ng new, ng serve, ng generate, now ng add. So ng add is you want to add another Angular module. So one of it is called Angular Material. So we will use Angular Material. So once you add, I will install it for you. It will be installed and yes. Just type by. Okay, so far semua okay? Boleh dapat tangkap how Angular works and what is the component based dalam Angular? Boleh? Any question? Boleh continue Okay. So yeah. Okay, dia tengah install tadi. Dia dah install right now boleh pilih dia punya pre-built theme. As usual, I will just ambil yang ni lah. But if you can read about custom theme if you want, but right now I just show you how to use the Indigo Pink version. Indigo Pink. Indigo Pink. Dia tanya lagi setup global Angular Material typography, yes. Ada setup browser animation for Angular Material, yes. Sekarang dia akan update the package JSON and install all the package menggunakan npm. Alright, tapi yang ni dia buat semua. Instead of kita type npm install //save, dia buatkan semua. Alright, so sekarang ni kita dah ada apa nama? Material. material install dah dalam ni. So how to use Angular material? It's quite simple. Okay. Here I just buang lah ni. Tak guna lagi. Probably saya tak guna juga yang ni. And delete. And then of course bila saya dah delete, buanglah juga yang dalam ni, dalam modul ni. Tadi dia di refer dalam modul. So now dia dah jadi kosong sebab tak ada apa-apa kat sini. Alright. Cara nak guna dia ialah, I think I can besarkan ini better. Okay. When you click component here, dia ada banyak components. Right, ada banyak components. So first of all, I would like to show you how to create a toolbar. Okay, a simple toolbar. Where is toolbar? Here. Okay. So one of the component dalam material Angular material. So click toolbar. Ni dia akan tunjuk cara-cara guna dia. Okay. So yang ni ditunjuk cara guna dia. But before nak guna dia, kita kena go to API here. And then import dia punya module. Yeah. Okay. Seperti mana yang saya cakap tadi. Kalau ada new module, just tambahlah atas ni. Okay. Kita nak import Met Toolbar module nama dia. And then after you import this thing, of course you need to declare dia as a new module. Okay. Baru dapat guna dia. Baru you guys can go to overview. Okay. Bila tengok go to overview, bolehlah tengok macam mana cara guna dia. Toolbar overview. Boleh tekan view code here. Tu macam mana cara guna dia. One of it macam tu cara guna dia. So second is macam tu lah. So result dia ialah which one? Okay, result dia ialah macam ni lah. This is the first one. This one. And the second one is this one. Which is this one. So boleh buat lah semua icon semua-semua ni. Okay. So what I want to do right now is just a simple toolbar. A primary punya color. So I just use this thing. And wait, sebelum overview ni, kalau nak baca detail lagi, boleh tengok lah. Baca detail lagi, banyak-banyak kat bawah ni. Okay, and then more example ada kat belakang. Kat basic toolbar macam mana. So basic toolbar is something like this. Okay, yeah, example you can read it yourself. Okay, so this is one of the toolbar yang saya nak guna. So make sure you import and declare kat import ya. Once you have that, maybe I can name it as okay, and then I name it as to do. Okay. I think it's working. Yes, it's working. So bila buka balik your website tadi, this is your website. Oops. Dia tak keluar. I need to like rebuild it back maybe. ng serve. I need to rebuild because tadi baru install something. Please working. Okay. How to... Okay. So dapat nampak dia dah createkan toolbar untuk you guys so that you guys tak perlulah ber-CSS semua. Dia dah designkan exactly apa yang macam dia tunjuk kat sini. Okay. Macam sekarang ni kalau tengok yang kat sini dia nak tukar color dia. So one of the example here ialah dia ada letak nama color primary contohnya. Okay, dia dah save and then kita balik. So kita ada toolbar yang bernama to do here. Okay, so a lot of thing you can do. So next we will create a simple form menggunakan card, component card. Yeah, it's a simple card, and then probably guna some input and some button. Okay, first step. Okay, to create a form, seperti biasa tadi, yang saya cakap tadi, you need to first import which one that you want to use. For example, like the first one is card. Where is it? Card. And then pergi kat sini, import lagi card. Can use here another card module. And then new one, mod card module. Okay, now you can use the card. So after this, maybe you can just make the card. This is simple card. Okay, now I have a simple card. Alright, and I want to make it tengah-tengah ni kena guna CSS lah. Okay, so I just create a simple CSS here. Maybe I can use. Alright, maybe I can use somewhere here. Maybe. I want to this mat card to have a width of, for example, 722 pixel. Dia dah pendek, and I want to make sure it tengah-tengah. So yeah, I can use margin. Maybe auto. Dekat tengah-tengah. And then I want to yang tepi ni saja tengah, but top ni dia ada ni sikit. Dia ada margin sikit. So maybe probably I can put something here. So this is top and bottom is left and right. So now dekat tengah-tengah. Okay, as simple as that. And then of course the idea is I want to create a simple form, which is a form here. And then the first one that I want to do is can check it out here again. What else you want to import? I think you can import one of it is a form field here. Form field. And then masukkan lagi mat form field module. Next ialah the input. So it's there already. The input is I can say this one here. Remember, before you want to use it, go to API and import it first. Okay, and then next ialah input module. Next ialah of course a button, I think. Okay. Button, and then met button module. So now I can use form field, input module, and button module. Right? So dari situ kita boleh just like use apa yang kita nak. For example, like sekarang ni kita nak have a form field. Okay, this one is simple input. I can just copy it here. So dia tak perlu nak type lagi kat sini. I make sure dia dalam ni, dalam form, and then make sure dia met form field. I can just like delete form field, and dalam dia ada label, and then probably ada input kat sini. Okay, and maybe namakan dia as let's see what happen. So I have an input right now. Okay, simple input. You can use. Okay, and then you want to make sure that this input is panjang. You can go here. There's an example here, a good example. Just copy paste here. Okay, maybe I just declare it as a example full width. I'm using the example, and appearance is fill, and then labelkan dia sebagai maybe okay, and then declarekan dia sebagai mat input, and placeholder dia maybe what you want to dan value kita tak perlu ada value sekarang because kita nak that value. Okay, and then yeah, bila kita dah tengok dah paste, and then dia akan jadi macam ni. Dan because kita nak panjang tadi, based on this CSS full width, just copy. Letakkan dia dalam CSS ni. And so that dia akan refer to this example full width, which is this one, example full width. Okay, when you save it down, dia akan jadi penuh. So, dia akan full macam ni. Maybe I can change the description. Do, maybe, yeah, do. Okay, bila tekan ni, what you want to do. Okay, so benda ni tak payah buat dah. Benda ni memang dah dibuat oleh someone. You can just use it. Okay, dia memang dah cantik. Memang dah di-design oleh someone. One of the design yang dalam popular sekarang ni is a material. They call it material. Designed by Google itself. And then yang material ni, material ni, library ni ialah based on material punya design. Okay, so currently we are using material design. Alright. So right now the input is look like material, the toolbar pun look like material, and card pun macam material juga. Okay, it's a material design. You can just Google material design. Okay, this is a design. Yeah, if you are interested in design thing in UI or UX, is one of the best reference you want to go. They call it material design. So Angular material ialah component yang based on material design yang boleh diimplement dalam Angular apps, which is yang currently kita buat sekarang ni. Okay. So So next thing, of course, I want to make a to-do down there. I mean a button here, right? Next is maybe I create a div class, an example of buttons division. Okay. Then I just want to make sure that there's did we install button here? Yeah, we already installed button. Okay. Again, I just to remind you, you need to kena install dulu before you want to use. For example, install dulu. Baru boleh guna. So what we want to do is a return, which is this one. Probably this one. Yeah. So I have a button and then met raise button with the color of primary, and then I name it as add maybe. All right. Right now I have this button. If you go to here, I have this button, but I want to make sure button is somewhere here. So I utilize this division and just to make it as line to right maybe. This line. Okay. So now I have a simple form. And I have this to-do list. I have this input so that you can write, for example, I want to do something here, like doing a, and then I can click the button here. Okay, something like that. All right. So that's a very form, and what I want to do is I want to separate this thing. Okay. The same thing that I want to do previously is I will create a G current component. Maybe I can call it a task form, maybe. Task form. Okay, task form there. And then after that, I look at, go to, no, I copy this thing first. Okay, and then I go to the task form and I paste it down here. Okay. Ready? Okay. Once I have this, I can check my declaration, which is here, app task form, and I can use here. All right. So now dia dah besar balik. Why? Because declaration ni tadi ialah exit together masuk dalam ni. Mana entah tadi. This is the form. This is the task form. Yes. Okay. Now it's going back. Happen. So technically, right now we have a component of toolbar up here. Okay. And this is another component of task form nama dia. Okay. And as you can see dalam app component.html dia ada berapa line? Dia ada 4 line. Okay. So technically dia akan make your component look organized, and then you can separate the components with different components. Okay. Good as that. Okay, so I think it's already 3 p.m. 10 minutes. Dah pukul 3:10 minit. 3 p.m. 10 minutes. Sorry. Dah pukul 3:10 minit. Maybe we can take like take 5 maybe. So before we take a break, any question on this matter? Boleh tangkap.
Setakat ni boleh
Anyone?
hantar.
Okay. So technically, I think ni memang a new way for you guys to write web application, and technically it's a modern way you want to looking to modern way to develop a web application. Alright. It's very organized, focusing on each of the components and component by components. And even there's more feature dalam Angular apps ni, so that you can utilize. But right now, one of the best thing that you can learn is about the component base inside the Angular apps. Okay. So yeah. Sekarang kita take 5, maybe come back dalam 3:15, 3:16 maybe, 3:16 minutes. 3:16 PM. Boleh?
Boleh, boleh.
Okay. So, boleh kita continue?
Boleh.
Okay. Saya share screen saya sekali lagi. Okay, sekarang kita dah ada apa tadi? Okay, saya dah tertutup dia punya server tadi. Okay, sekarang kita dah create app components. Kita dah ada app component. Dalam app component tu ada toolbar dan a component of add task form, which is this one. Okay, just to make it more ni. Okay, ini dia punya component. So make sure you tengok benda ni as separated punya component. Okay, dia ada app component and task components, so that boleh nampak lah macam mana dia separatekan benda tu dalam satu tempat. Okay, so you can see right now dah ada dua component here. Ini component dari Angular material. Ini component yang kita buat, which is this one. Okay, so I think dalam CSS ni dah tak perlu sangat. And then we can run back our ni. Okay. One of the thing that I want introduce to you guys is I think I can just close it. Is bila tekan ni, most of you guys guna Chrome ke? Which browser? Guna Chrome So tak silap saya mana setting tools, more tools. Okay, cari je nama dia developer tools. Okay. Ataupun tekan Ctrl Shift I. Kalau dia keluar lah. Dia akan keluar macam ni. Okay. Kalau dia tak keluar macam ni, dia akan like, I don't know. Tekan console. Okay, make sure you are in the console punya tab sini. Alright. Yang ni apa guna dia? Let's go to your apps tadi. Kita fokus ke component task form component task form ni Jangan tengok yang lain. Component task form, because that's the benefit of components, because you can focus your work in a specific component. Sekarang ni kita nak fokus ke task form. So task form dia akan kita akan fokus saja. Alright. So buka task form component. Okay, this is dia punya class, and dalam ng on init ni kita boleh letak console.log di hello from task component. No, task form component. Okay, compile successfully. Bila datang balik, nampak apa yang ditulis kat sini. So exactly apa yang you guys log dalam .ts tadi, TypeScript punya file. Okay, so this console is a crucial place for you to develop your application, sebab dia akan console everything yang berlaku dalam your web development sekarang. Alright, so I need you guys to open it up, always open it up. Letak ke tepi ni macam ni ke, ataupun letak somewhere else. You can just, I think you can just unlock here. But I usually put it here. Okay. So just to recap, pergi more tool, developer tools here. I think all the browser guna Ctrl Shift I untuk buka di sini. Okay, Ctrl Shift I. Alright. So next I want to show you is how you want to create a simple form. Okay, in a simple form, you will have you need to have install a module, right? So maybe I can just put it here. And the module is from the core of Angular. I mean the library, Angular library that yang you guys dah install together time create this app. So which is from Angular, common, no, I think not common, form, yes, this one. Right. And one of the form yang digunakan dalam Angular is nama dia form module. Okay. So of course if you dah tambah module, you need to import lah kat sini. Form module. Okay, now we have a form module dan kita boleh guna form module sekarang. Alright, now dah tak perlu fokus ini, kita fokus ke task form.component. Alright, bila dah ada form module here, what you guys can do is you can use this kind of things, which is you can declare this form as something like this, task form, and you can equal it to ng form. Alright. So now this form is an ng form, which you are importing using this form module. Okay. So if you already have that, and then what you want to do is you want to declare the input that you want to do, which is this one. Declare this input as ng model. Okay. So you have a ng form, and this is one of the ng model. Okay. And then after that, you can just declare a custom, not custom, it is inside the form module, which is ng submit. And make sure you are using this bracket. Then after that, you can invoke a function inside this one. Right? So right now it's nothing, so it will tell you that something wrong. All right, now I want to declare a function. How to declare a function? And make sure it's publicly available to be reached by this head.html. You need to have public. Okay. Then name it as probably on submit. Okay. And then make sure I just want to fetch that data, which is the form data. And then I will return it as void. Okay. Simple as that. Is how you create a function inside TypeScript. Okay, your name of the function, and then you have a bracket here. And if you want to put a parameter inside the function, that's how you do it. And the data type is after this noktah. Apa nama? Noktah bertindih ni. Okay. So currently I declare the data is as any type of data, and then it will not return anything. It just return void. Okay. Dia tak return apa-apa. So and it's public. I can use this on submit inside this. Oops, sorry. This on submit button and ng submit. The data that I want to put is the task form, and what I want to get is its value. Okay. So now this ng form is a task form. Okay, and task form will get any ng model yang dalam dia punya form. Okay, so you have a task form, and you can get the ng model inside the form itself. So from there you have this, and what you want to get is the value of it. And this one, it will run this dalam on submit punya function, which is this one. On submit punya function, dia akan hantar this data. Okay, so kita hantar task form.value, sinilah kita dapat tak ada any. Right? So from there, we want to make console.log of that data. And seperti biasa, form ni kalau kita declare as submit ke on click ke on whatever it is, the one form ni dia akan ada submit. So any button yang ditekan dalam form yang ada submit ni, dia akan run this function. Okay, this is a basic HTML. So when I click this add, dia akan get this task form that value, and then dia akan console the log. Right? So let's see how it works. Oops. Okay. If ng model is used within the form tag. Oh yeah, sorry. Don't forget to add the name. I already declared the ng model, okay? I forgot to put a tag name. Okay. Maybe name it as DASC. Maybe. And also a good practice to have a type of input. No text. Right? Yes, text. You can put it somewhere here. Right. So the warning is go away right now. Okay. When I click here, for example, like I want to drink water. Then when I click here, so you will have a JSON type file of description of drink water here. So you already fetch that data. So right now, inside this one, you have that data already. Okay. So that is one of the way you can get the data from the form. Okay, you can add more data if you want, but right now for our current case, you just want to get this to do, the description of the task that you want to do. All right. So the next thing that you want to do is, of course, you want to send the data to your to your server that you just created previously, right? So you want this data, when you click to the submit, you want to send it to the server, this one, just this one. All right, and I want probably to invoke this function so that I can send any data to there. All right, so let me introduce you how you want to fetch, I want to fetch the data from there. How you want to send the data to there, okay? You can import one of the module called is Angular common HTTP. Yes, this is one of the module that you need to import and get the HTTP client. Right. Once you have the get HTTP client, no. You need to get the module, not the only one. Yes, the module. Then again, need to declare it. Oops. HTTP client module. No, I think it's wrong. Okay. So now you already have the client module installed. Okay. So from here, I can just or using the from Angular common HTTP. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to get the HTTP client. Okay, and this one I will declare it inside this constructor as a private HTTP of the client. Then you can use this. Okay, so I wanted to use that. Okay, let's test it out. When you click submit, you will console the data. Then let us test this thing out first. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to use this HTTP. Okay, and then maybe we can get first. Just want to test. Okay, and type of any, and then what URL that you want to achieve, you want to get. Alright. Before that, saya nak hidupkan server dulu. Because sekarang ni tak ada server lagi. Macam mana tadi? Oh, not mon. Just, oops. So it's running. Okay, this one you need to be careful. Tadi saya declared ke 5,000. Okay, port 5,000. This Angular ni dia akan by default dia akan, where is it? Dia akan pergi ke port 4200. Okay, so make sure jangan clash. Kalau dia clash memang tak dapat guna. Okay, dia akan cakap oh this port sudah diguna, something like that. So make sure it's different. Okay, so to be safe, just make sure dia bukan 4200. Alright. Okay, now dia dah ni, then we can test it out. We will return, oh sorry, we will return hello world. Yeah, so it's working. And maybe I want to do something like this. Oops. I just want to get this thing. Okay, just test it out first. Okay, the URL is, I think we can use okay, and what we want to do is when you use this http.get, all right, it will return you an observable. Okay, so as you can see here, it return you observable. All right, so observable can be subscribed. Yeah, once you subscribe, and then you can, what is the console log? Oops, sorry. And the data. Okay, let's see. When I click submit button, I think when I click submit button, let's see. When I click submit button, hopefully it's working. It will declare, it will run this thing. Okay, console log. It's in the console here. It will run this thing. Boleh nampak semua ni. It will run this thing first. And then the second one, it tell you that access to HTML request, blah, 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 has been blocked by CORS policy. No access control allow, origin header is present, blah, 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 blah. This happened because your server doesn't have CORS. Okay. CORS is let's Google it out. Cross origin, yes, cross origin resource sharing. Okay, I will explain this, but how to enable this thing into your server? Let's go back to your server. Close that one, will run it back. And make sure you install npm install save course. Okay, can check it out here. You can go to npm. Okay, so course is it's providing middleware that can be used course. Right, you don't need to understand this. Just follow along. Go to your server. It's mentioned that it is a middleware, so you need to install it as a middleware and make sure it's installed, which is you can check it here. Now we have .env express mongoose and course. Okay, we just install it. And after this line, all right, this is one of the middleware that have been used, and you can add another middleware. Use. Don't forget to declare it. Course equal to require course, right? Then after that, you can just call the course function. So it means that right now it already enabled the cross origin, the course itself. Okay, let's test it out. Hopefully it can connect it. Hopefully it can connect with your backend. Okay, test it out. It's running. Go back to your apps and let's clear it out first. Then maybe just click add. So as you can see right now, we've successfully fetched the data from the server. Okay, this is how you can do it. Right now, your front end is communicating with your back end, and this front end invoking your one of your router, which is this one, I think. Yeah, this one, because we are using localhost 500/todo, and then from there you can get whatever happened here, and it will return a JSON, and JSON will be written here, and this connection is observable and has been subscribed, and what they can see is the data that get from this thing, which is the JSON data that we have just prepared, exactly like we have right here. Okay. So from there, of course, you can manipulate the data. You can just call the whatever router you have here. For example, like add. What I show you right now is get method to call the to do and to do ID, something like that. And of course, yeah. I will show you after this how to use post and of course delete. Okay, as simple as that. So right now you can get a get button, but of course I don't want this thing to happen here because this one is for submitting. Right. So later on I will create another component so that it will fetch all the data. So just let it create a empty function here, maybe on fetch data. and make sure it is there, so that we do not we tak tulis balik. Okay. So how about post? Wait, let me check it first. Okay, just use the same thing here. Oops, never mind. We write together. This HTTP, because we are referring to this declaration, and post the data and with any type of it. And of course, we want to post this thing. And we don't want to go for this client, this endpoint, which is /todo. What I want to go is to this endpoint, which is add. Okay. So add. And the next parameter is the one that you want to put, which is the description. Okay, this is a JSON. And of course, the data description, okay, which you are fetching it from here. All right. And then after that, same thing. If you are running this post, it will return a observable. And from that observable, you can subscribe it. Right? Once you can subscribe, just get the data, whatever yang you guys return tadi, which is from here. Okay, the response, it will be fetched here. Okay. And then to test it out, maybe you can just like, this is what I can say is this, no, maybe just simple log first, just to make sure that there's a data there. Okay, simple as that. And of course, make sure you need to make sure first if data is no, data description is not null. Okay, just to make sure that data is not null. If it is null, maybe you can just console log no data. DES is required. Right. So we can test our here. Okay. Now it's here. If you do not write anything, it will tell you that the description is required. Later on, I will show you how to properly show this error. Right. So for example, like I want to have a drink Milo maybe. Okay. When I click add, now it will run that endpoint and then submit it to server. Server submit it to the MongoDB. MongoDB reply, and then that server reply back to us together with its ID. Okay. So right now, if you go back to your database here and then refresh it back, we try to find drink Milo here, right? So you are communicating with from the Angular to the back end. I mean, put the front end to the back end, right? So simple as that. So done. You successfully create a data from Angular apps. Previously, creating the data from the backend itself based on the REST client here. Now you are using Angular apps to create the data. Okay. And the next thing is, the next thing that I want to do is I just want to list all the tasks here. All right. Of course, I don't want to to list all here? No, because it is Angular apps, component based. So the best way is you need to create another component, which is probably ng generate components task list maybe. Okay, I name it as task list. Okay, now I have a second component, which is a task list here. Now I want to focus on task list. Okay, I want to focus this one first. Okay. So yeah. Go here first and then make sure you go to the component first and then ensure what's the name of the declarative, which is the app task list. Then go back to the component HTML and add it. Oops. Where is it? Task list. Okay, now you will have this component. And right now the component is just a paragraph of task list works. So when you save it out, go back to your website. Okay, you can see there's a task list there. Okay, so yeah, it's working. So what I want to do right now is I want to like just list the item there. First of all, before I taking care of the UI, I will just fetch the data. And then previously I've just create a simple function inside the form, and I just transferred it from here. Oops, what happened? Okay. All right, do the same thing eh. Jangan lupa import yang ni. Then declare it out here. Okay, do the same thing. Okay, tutup semua yang tak ada kaitan. Kita fokus ke task list. Right? So the task list is focusing on how to get the task. All right. So right now I don't want to make it public because I don't. It's no need for me to make it public because I just want to call it inside this class sahaja. Okay. So how I want to call it automatically? Just go inside ng on init here, telling you that once everything is initialized, then it will run here. Yeah. So when this task list is initialized, that's what it's mean. What is ng on init means? It will run this on get task. Simple as that. When it run, it will automatically fetch the data. Tak perlu tekan apa-apa dah. It will fetch when this task list component is ready. Okay. Hopefully it's working. See, when you refresh it, it will automatically fetch that data terus. Okay, so now we have 3 data. Okay, now our problem right now, not the problem, our next task is we just want to list it out. Okay, so the way we want to list it out is we declare a public, maybe I can name it as a task as any. Why is any p? Okay, and then I declare it as is it array? Yes, I declare it an array of anything. Okay, and then just make sure it's empty. Okay, once I have this, when I successfully get this, what I want to do is I just want to make sure every time that that this function is called, I can declare the task is on empty. I just want to make sure it's empty, and then I can just push all the data for each. Oops, sorry. Is it? Maybe just something like this. For instant task of data, and I want this task to push that task. Okay. Simple as that. I already fetched the data. The data is an array. Data is an array. You can see this square bracket. Data. And then I can fetch that data as an array. And then I will go through to that array and then get the each of the element of that array. And then I push this task. Okay. Ini berlaku tiap kali this thing happen. Okay, tiap kali they initialize, they can run this thing. And why I did it, because I just want to make sure that the task is always empty. Okay, and then after that, then just to make sure it is working, console task. Oops, sorry. Console this task first. See, it's still working. And what I want to do right now is I want to render this thing inside this component. Okay. So what I want to do right now is I will have I'll try to list down the ID first, right? So one of the, I can say, the attribute that you can use inside Angular is ng4. Okay, and ng4 will go for a public element here, which is the task here. Okay. And then I can say that it's a task of this public task, right? Task of this public task, and then I just fetch this task, okay? And then I can use this thing as task, probably the description. What happened this thing? Sorry, I forgot to put let. You need to declare it first. DSC. Okay, now it's everything okay. Okay, if you run this thing down, see, it will list all of the fetch data there. Okay, so now it's a matter of I'm creating saya just cantikkan dia lah. Now I already can fetch it. Okay, so I plan to use what we call a list here. Okay, and again, of course, I will use list. make sure you install it inside your module. Hopefully it's okay. So you don't need to, sometimes the compiling is failed, so you need to recompile it back. I mean, just stop it up and run ngstuff again. Sometime. Okay, seems like it's working, hopefully. Okay, matlist module. All right, now we assume that we have a matlist module. So you can just use this example, a simple example here. Okay. Simple list. Go back to code here, just this one. The one that repeating is met list item. So you can put ng4 here and then let task of task. Okay. And here you can like task.dsc. Okay. So right now I assume that it's working, but you need to like change a bit probably. How can I hide this thing? Oh, shit. Okay, now it's there already. Okay, and then probably I'll try to make it similar to the style that we've doing in the form, which is I can say it's yeah, this one. Go back to this one, and then mat list, right? Is it? Yeah, mat list. Let's see, this thing works. Yes. So it's already listed there. Okay, so now I have a drink water, and then I have watch Netflix, and I have a Milo. All right, and the best thing about this is you can just probably add what can I say? Add a button here. Maybe go back again. Yeah, this is a typical thing you need to do. Maybe I want to have where is it? Delete button first, maybe. Where is it? This one maybe. This one maybe. This one. Icon, flat icon. With icon, where is it? I think this one. Right, this one is in there. I add another button here. Just to make it simple, delete this thing. And then inside this button, I can use click. And maybe on delete, maybe. From here, I can say that hopefully it's working. Task.id maybe. Let me see. Task.id maybe. Hopefully it's working. Oops. Yeah. Again, I just put an icon here. I need to go to icon. install it first. Set that module. Oops. Icon module. Okay, still compile it wrong on delete. Oh yeah, because we did not declare that function yet. So maybe I can have a public on get on delete. ID of string and void. Yes, and just print what is the ID. What else? So I can transfer this thing. Oh, sorry. You should transfer something like this. Hopefully it's ID something like this. I'm not really sure, but never mind. Let's it's underscore ID. Okay, I think it's correct. Underscore ID. So on delete underscore ID. So here we can change it to okay. If you use mat icon, you can go to material icon. Okay, and then probably just type remove maybe. And then yeah, delete. So when you use this mat icon, one thing that you can do is something like this. Use the mat icon and enter the name of that material icon. Which is right now I just show you. I want this icon and I just enter the name of it, which is delete, I think. Let's see how it works. So now we have a tong sampah punya ni. All right. And then at the same time, I also want to have another button on done maybe. Okay. And then done is just go here. I can say this thing done. Yeah, done. I'll check. Maybe I can just check. Oops. We do not yet create this. On done. Okay, now we have done, right? When we click done, when we click that specific button, it will console the ID of the we choose. Right? So let's try that. Okay, when I want to click done, so it will tell you the ID. Thing also dengan remove button here. Okay, so it's a specific ID there. All right. Next thing is just fetch the what we call that, fetch the endpoint, fetch the endpoint. Yes, for example, like done here, we will use similar to this one, I think, because we are dealing with posts. So yeah, then we can use this. Okay, HTTP post any and make sure it done. And then how we wrote in our backend. Done. And we send with the ID. Okay, so technically it's the ID we can get it from here, right? So the description we can get it not description is done. I can say it's true. All right. Okay, in TypeScript, if the key and value is the same, you can just submit something like this. Okay, so it's sending you to this done endpoint. And then the first thing that they expect is ID, which is you write it, the ID. And second one is, doesn't need to have that one. Okay, so I just put something like that. All right, so I think it will work, I think. Okay, let's see. Did we console out this thing? Yeah, let's see. Okay, when I click this thing, okay, make sure it's drink water. Remember, drink water. And I click this thing. We change this thing to true. All right. Change this thing to true. And then when we refresh it back, drink water, right? So it's now changed to true. All right. And then, of course, after that, you need to change it like maybe hide this button, maybe. Okay. And maybe just slash it down. I don't know. It's up to you guys what you want to do. But right now, I want just to hide this button and make it slash. Struck true. Okay, so what I can do right now is I can go to the list here and I can ensure this button. And I would like to introduce you another attribute, which is ngIf. ngIf task dot is done, which is false. Okay, so if you can see here, drink water is already true, so the button is not there anymore. Okay, that's that. And another thing is I want to make sure that, okay, I can say it's span. And this span is the same thing also. And I want to make it as a stroke. You can use in a done span. Maybe I can just put it something like this, and then make sure it is inside the .css, which is done. And then I can say that keystroke. Let me check it first. I think it using the yeah, text decoration, sorry. Text decoration of line through, yes. Okay, and if just a simple ng if the task is done, and up here if the ng task is not done. Okay, if you can see here now, only the task that is done, it will strike through, and there is no check button. Okay, simple as that. And if I click this thing, it's just console this thing, and it will not refresh this thing, right? So what I want to do right now is I want to make sure it refreshed. Oh, sorry, we overshoot like 15 minutes. Sikit lagi, sikit lagi. Where is it? All of this thing after done, maybe you can just get on task again back. Okay, the same thing also happened with this one. Okay, simple as that. So when you click this thing, okay, maybe I just change this Netflix back to true. Make sure it's all right. Make sure it's refresh true, and then change this thing to like false back. Update. Okay. So when we refresh it back, okay, still there. And then when you click this thing, okay, see, it will directly update that that list. Okay, and the same thing also with this one. All right, so it's dynamically responds to your needs. Okay, and of course it will update it here. So true, true, true. So everything's done. And then the same thing also happen when you click water. For now, I just want to delete this Milo. Oops. Nothing happened. Oh, we do not yet implement it. Sorry. Just delete. Delete is this thing. Delete. If I'm not mistaken, we wrote something like this. Yes, the ID behind. So yeah, so we can use, oops, use something like this. Slash ID. Okay. And probably save it. Make sure it's working. All right, I just want to delete this Milo. Okay, now it's working. All right. And when I want to add, it will not working because we do not have a connection between here first. But Yeah, the idea is once this thing happen, you just need to refresh that part so that it will render the new data, right? For now, if you like eating Maggie, for example, and you add, nothing happened. The idea is you just need to refresh it back, okay? So, but if you refresh it here, so the thing eating Maggie is there, okay? But we don't need this, then this, and then yeah, it's working, perfect. And furthermore, it's just matter of a CSS. You need to like, I don't know, maybe you can use CSS to style it out, put the button here, put the things there, and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's how you do it. Now you technically interacting. You have created an apps, Angular apps, implement some modules inside the Angular apps, and also create some components, and also use some another components from another modules. And then also you have used this method to interact with your backend, and which is you are interacting with the REST API that you have created pagi tadi. Okay, so technically we have successfully created things from back end to front end. So yeah, I think maybe we can conclude the session. Technically, we have covered from the back end up until the front end, which is from the Node.js. We install the Express, we install the set up the MongoDB and communicate it using Mongoose. And after that, we create our REST API, our own REST API. And then after that, we go for the front end. We create Angular apps. We do some UI thing using Angular materials. And then after that, we interact from front end, which is inside the Angular apps, interact with our own back end, our own created back end. And then, yeah, we can do create, we can update the data to become done, and we can delete the data also. And we can list down all the data from the database. Yeah, I think should be okay for you guys to have some introduction of mean stack. Right? Boleh. So I think it's already concluded. This is a very basic introduction of mean stack. And just my advice, as I mentioned earlier, you are really need to have a good understanding in JavaScript. And because as you can see, from the back end to front end, it is JavaScript based language. Okay, and the data exchange also using JSON. All right, so you need to really have a good understanding on that matter. And then of course, if you have a problem during that development, go to Google and Google it out. MinStack has a very big community and support. All right. Probably most of your error during MinStack development has have the solution in if you Google it out. All right. So yeah, I think we can conclude the course right now. I assume right now you have a big idea on how the mean stack is developed, which is this one, from MongoDB to Express and Angular Node.js. So overall, any question? I mean, after dari pagi sampai ke petang, kalau ada soalan, I open for any questions. Suppose our Q&A session is, I think 1 hour ago for almost 3:40 p.m. Just overshoot like 40 minutes. So yeah, I'm open for any Q&A if the time is still there. Yeah, I can unshare my screen right now, right?
Yeah. Right, ada soalan daripada audience, daripada tanya-tanya saya, daripada rakan-rakan saya. Rakan saya ada berapa, satu, dua dalam tu.
Ada dapat value from this mean stack?
I think this is a very good step, very good introduction course. Students do remember that this course is not meant to be from zero to hero, but what Dr. Asfar is trying to do is showing the light on how you can do things with mean stack. Actually dalam kita punya syllabus tidak ada teknologi berasaskan cloud, dan saya suka menggunakan saya bukan suka, saya ingin menggunakan kursus ini sebagai platform untuk membantu anda membuat FYP kelas, kerana kita menggunakan teknologi yang memerlukan computing resource yang agak bukan minimum lah, but then is quite okay for a subpar punya laptop. I had experience bahawa beberapa semester student dengan laptop yang so-so nak running NetBeans, Eclipse dan kesian. You're trying to do project using GSP, those project requires you to run resource hungry, resource extensive punya IDE. So that is why I chose this stack, because this stack, although it's quite new, it's going to be very new to you, it's going to be very hard on you, but this technology can be developed with bare bone machine. That is why I chose this topic. Dan saya tak nak, bukan intention saya nak from zero to hero. It's not my intention. My intention for this course, you tahu apa teknologi ada di luar sana, bagaimana anda boleh utilisekan teknologi di luar sana supaya kita boleh gunakan resource kita yang, komputer kita yang biasa-biasa ni untuk menghasilkan sesuatu yang bagus. Itu saya punya niat saya pada hari ini. Dan kedua, from morning till this evening, if you kalian perasan we are only using JavaScript from morning till evening. Unlike teknologi yang you belajar dalam syllabus, first you need to, maybe the server side is PHP, then you need to learn this SQL lingo, and then you must need to learn JavaScript to do some magic lah kan, some backdoor punya hacking ke kan. So 3-4 language yang you kena utilize dalam satu project. But what we've done from this session daripada pagi sampai petang, kita concentrate guna JavaScript je, from interacting front end, back end, bercakap dengan DB, semua kita pakai satu teknologi. If you're good in JavaScript, this technology will be a bridge for you.
Yes, betul.
And you utilize pagi tadi punya session dalam mobile phone, petang ni session you dah utilize dengan website. So one technology you can utilize in many area.
Just nak tambah sikit, mean stack ni just a concept of full stack yang menggunakan back end dengan front end based on yang apa tadi, Mongo, Express, Angular dengan Node.js. Technically back end tu boleh guna Mongo, Express dengan Node. Yang front end tu pun tak perlu guna Angular pun boleh. Boleh guna kalau React. Kalau one of the framework luar sana nama dia React, tu dah tukar nama dia MERN pula, MERN. So kalau satu lagi Vue.js, so itu pula MEVN, macam mana sebut dia, MEVN. And then of course yang I like about ada back end system in this mean stack punya konsep ialah you can use guna instead of Angular you can interact guna Raspberry Pi, you can guna Android, you can guna iOS instead of guna Angular apps. Boleh guna yang lain. Right. So this one is just basic understanding of the full stack, and one of the popular stack full stack ialah min stack. So from here, maybe if you have like IoT punya project and you want to store a consistent data kan, so maybe you can use this back-end skill. You can utilize Node.js, Express and MongoDB, come out dengan REST API sendiri. Lepas tu maybe interact menggunakan Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi I think boleh apa submit data, send API data to the server, as long as it is in dalam bentuk REST API and JSON, something like that. Boleh juga guna mobile Android untuk submit the data from mobile Android guna JSON to our server tadi tu je. So it's up to you guys. Kalau contohnya if you want to go for structured punya database, MySQL contohnya, boleh juga. Sekarang ni kita tunjuk tadi guna MongoDB. So for example, like tiba-tiba I prefer to use structured punya database. Structured punya database SQL. Node.js boleh support SQL juga. Okay, dia boleh support MySQL. So that you can use also MySQL. Tapi yeah, right now I just show you the min stack, MongoDB, Express, Angular and Node.js. And dari situ you guys boleh nampak macam mana dia separatekan back end dengan front end, and how you can customize. Macam kalau tak nak guna MongoDB boleh guna lain, kalau tak nak guna Angular apps boleh guna web framework lain, ataupun kalau nak guna mobile pun boleh. It's up to you guys sebenarnya. This is just showcase of full stack yang menggunakan min. Okay. So from dari pagi tadi kalau perasan kita buat server, petang ni pula kita buat the client, the UI semua, and then kita try to communicate to each other. So it works, and database boleh tukar, database boleh delete, database boleh save. Is that kind of knowledge, and memang it's good for you to have untuk implement any type of system application yang you guys want to do. Just to add lah in my opinion. Maybe you can referkan min stack ni as your first experience on full stack. Later on, you guys can explore more. Banyak lagi stack out there. Alright?
Betul. Akan datang kalau ada rezeki lagi, kita boleh buat dengan waktu yang lebih panjang lagi. Mungkin Dr. Asfar boleh perkenalkan Postman untuk check API apa semua kan.
We can use that. But yang tadi tu kita guna very basic REST client dalam Visual Studio Code je. So yeah. So dah boleh. We can show how to use any guna tools ke apa ke.
Untuk satu hari ni saya kira pun dah cukup banyak Dr. Asfar kongsi dengan student-student saya. Mereka sebenarnya baru sampai chapter 2 je, baru belajar sampai CSS je. Saya saja perkenalkan benda ni supaya mereka rasa teruja dengan teknologi baru yang mungkin dia orang takkan jumpa dalam silibus mereka. So mungkin selepas ni Dr. Asfar dan Cik Tariq boleh stay sekejap kot untuk kita discuss satu dua perkara. Dan yang lain-lain saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kerana sudi melapangkan masa anda sehingga habis program. So kita kepada student-student saya, kita akan jumpa lagi dalam kelas akan datang, dan saya nak share satu benda sebelum awak keluar daripada room kita. I'm going to share you something. Alright, I'm going to show you Rusli punya quotes. I feel not the man who practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I feel the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Ini macam-macam lah. So kalau anda lihat di sini, usaha anda kena nak berterusan. It's not one day punya course and then you boleh pandai, tidak. Kalau anda tidak praktis, kalau anda jemu, tidak konsisten untuk terus belajar dan belajar, memang tak akan mana. Dunia tidak akan pernah berhenti. Kalau anda berhenti, anda akan tertinggal. So hopefully dengan kata-kata yang saya tunjuk dalam skrin saya ni, anda boleh motivasikan diri anda untuk terus belajar, untuk terus praktis supaya anda menjadi lebih bagus. And there is no reason untuk anda tidak bekerja lepas anda graduate nanti. IT graduates boleh kerja kat mana-mana saja.
And just nak tambah, this mean stacks memang on demand, apa nama, high demand di luar sana. Especially full stack it's up to the apa nama company tu, kalau dia nak depan tu ialah mobile, then you can just applykan Mongo Express dengan Node.js je lah. Kalau dia nak front end tu ialah Angular, then it's mean lah. Kalau tiba-tiba front end tu dia nak React, then it's a Mongo Express React Node lah kot. So this kind of apa nama skill memang demand sekarang. Okay, just to heads up.
Okay, thank you very much Doctor. Okay, kepada yang lain anda boleh leave room. Mungkin saya, Encik Tarik masih ada lagi di situ. Okay, Encik Tarik tak ada, mungkin saya dengan Doktor aku tinggal sebentar. Yang lain anda boleh try dan rehatlah tu. Saya dengan Dr. Tommy yang nak remain sekejap. Terima kasih ya.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you guys. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kejap saya nak minum sekejap.
Okay, no problem.
Sebenarnya saya nak tanya.
Tanya.
Yang kan saya tengok dekat GitHub kan, React tu lebih popular daripada Angular.
Okay, in terms of popularity tu saya no comment lah. Mungkin cara syntax dia berbeza. Learning curve dia saya rasa learning curve React macam lebih mudah lagi daripada Angular. Tapi sebenarnya bergantung pada masing-masing. Macam Dr. Asfar tadi kata kan, companies ada yang suka React, ada yang suka Angular.
Okay.
Dia bergantung pada company. Dan kalau kamu search dalam job street, kedua-duanya memang ada tempat lah.
Dua-dua high demand.
Dua-dua high demand. Saya buka job street. Job street. Full stack. Saya mesti share screen ke?
Ya, share screen.
Sini ya. And when we go scribble React. Kata tadi. React. RESTful. Mostly dalam ni semua kebanyakan React. React. Okay, so React is ada. Okay, React or Angular. Okay, yes, I can see why React is very popular. By right. React ni sebenarnya baru lagi compared to Angular. Angular lagi lama. Banyak dia ada slash lah. React ni just front end je. Library front end.
Oh, dia fokus ke front end. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Kalau ada nak tanya boleh stay, kalau tidak anda boleh bersuara.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
for attending to the very end.
Hello.
Sabtu.
You're welcome, sir.
Kelak nanti ada CJ untuk kamu.
Hooray.
Sijil tu nanti dah cerita.
Ha. Nanti CJ doktor bagi dalam PDF ke?
Ada dah. Cuma sebab nak tanya pasal boleh tanya sekarang ke?
Tanya je.
Pasal sebab perlu satu sign lagi untuk pihak politeknik ke tak perlu?
Saya doktor cukup.
Oh, sebab sekarang ni saya share screen. Macam ni bentuk dia. Sebab sebelah ni saya ingat macam kalau ada nak sign dari pihak politeknik.
Tak payah. Saya doktor.
Ya. Okey. Saya tukar disk sekejap.
Doktor, bagi PDF means teks tu editable lah kan. Cuma sign doktor je kami takkan ubah. Yang teks tu mungkin nanti dia akan jadi satu certificate of completion. Satu lagi certificate untuk tenaga kerja yang menjayakan programnya, yang menulis surat panggilan pelajar macam komiti lah kan, kepada komiti.
Oh, certificate for ni, komiti. Okey. Okey. Macam tu boleh saya tuliskan nanti.
And then doktor, manakah yang lain ni mungkin ada lagi nak tanya. Saya sebenarnya nak minta doktor buat macam satu write up dia berkenaan dengan pentingnya dia orang gunakan cloud technologies dalam silibus kini, sebab kita tengok dalam job street apa semua kan, banyak dah permintaan untuk benda ni kan.
Banyak.
Dalam silibus budak-budak ni dia masih fokuskan yang ialah macam PHP, Java. Okey je tu macam Java pun sebenarnya kalau dia punya full stack Java JSP tu tinggi je dia punya gaji dia banding dengan yang lain kan, belas ribu. Masalah hak punya budak-budak lah.
Betul.
Saya ada beberapa project student saya nak tunggu dia load up dia punya NetBeans pun alamak. Macam saya boleh buat kerja lain lah. Kalau tak ada buat saya.
Betul, kalau guna JVM tu kan apa? Itulah JVM.
Tak lalu lah. Nak ni kalau dia cuba apa tu dengan laptop yang 2012 ni, dengan RAM 4GB. Kalau doktor boleh buat pakai tangan je lah. Saya tunjuk kat ketua program saya sebab dia kata kalau boleh ada apa-apa recommendation daripada doktor untuk politeknik majukan kurikulum.
Yang tu in term macam mana nak tulis surat ke apa? Ada nanti ada form?
Doktor ni je doktor tulis tangan je, nanti saya typekan.
Okay.
Doktor tulis tangan, nanti saya pass pada saya punya ketua program. Kalau dia kata tu, nanti saya tuliskan atau typekan dalam form dia, doktor tinggal sign je nanti. Okay, itu saja dari saya doktor.
Okay, boleh. Nanti saya share yang tu maybe by Isnin ni. Kalau cert ni nak bila?
Cert kalau boleh esok lusa bagus lah, betul.
Hari Isnin ni lah kot.
Isnin pun. Ini keras.
Isnin okey?
Isnin okey.
Okay. Boleh.
Dengan sijil untuk participation, completion.
Sijil komiti dengan sijil participation lepas tu just write up pasal pentingnya yang macam cloud technology ni kan. Cloud technology.
Akan datang kalau dia nampak bagus, mungkin kita akan ada kerjasama lagi tahun depan kan, dengan waktu yang lebih panjang ke, bootcamp ke.
Bootcamp lah preferable. Rasanya prefer ke maybe student yang before final year project maybe. Saya takut tadi ramai tak faham.
Apa? Ni course ni saya bukan nak suruh yang master pun. Course ni untuk yang teknologi. Benda ni recorded.
Okay.
Lepas ni dia orang berminat, dia akan cuba lagi.
Oh, okey. Kalau macam tu. Boleh.
Okey, ya, ada pendekatan tadi memang niat saya untuk kenalkan benda baru. Dan dia orang kalau nak dia orang perasan kan, macam first benda yang doktor suruh dia orang buat semua yang boleh running. Komputer yang medium performance pun boleh run, even
Dia memang very ni apa nama komputer yang memang low end pun dia memang boleh run. Because dia boleh jalan ni lah, Node.js memang dia very small punya. Very ni, minimalist punya tu.
Benda 7 tu okey ya.
As long as dia dapat run Node.js lah. Dapat run Node.js, no problem.
Concern pasal student ni, bila nak run project, dia run DSP dia, saya tengok alamak stress tu.
Itulah. Pernah jugalah guna Eclipse dulu guna NetBeans tak silap.
NetBeans. Adik-adik
dia lagi berat. Nak buka dia saja dah ambil sekian masa dah buka saja, belum run lagi.
Kalau orang tak
dulu.
Tak produktif.
Sekarang ni ada yang angkat tangan tadi ke?
Ada yang angkat tangan.
Ada.
Okey.
Sebab saya nak tanyalah. Madam Mas Liza ada cakap tentang Adobe Dreamweaver.
Okey. Dreamweaver.
Adakah itu susah untuk digunakan untuk buat website? Ataupun hanya untuk buat aplikasi lain?
Dreamweaver. Dreamweaver for me is untuk orang bukan technical. Dia nak cakap easy to use tak juga. Susah juga guna tu. Tapi sekarang ni macam jarang orang guna Dreamweaver tu dah sekarang. Rasanya Adobe pun tak promo Dreamweaver dah sekarang. Dia promo yang satu lagi, nama dia Adobe XD untuk design UI.
Ya, betul.
So preferable guna yang tu lah untuk design UI, and then guna knowledge CSS ke apa-apa, sebab banyak dah library luar sana boleh create cantik punya UI. Macam tu lah rasanya. Dia ada belajar Dreamweaver ke kat Politeknik?
Tak lah, cuma Madam just cadangkan untuk buat FYP guna tu lah kalau nak buat.
Boleh juga guna buat. Cuma Dreamweaver tu lama dah. Lama punya benda. Even kalau cari kat Adobe punya website, dia tak promo.
Dia untuk design dia, bukan untuk programmer.
Dia lebih kepada macam nak create a website tanpa menggunakan programming skill, macam tu lah.
Okay. Faham. Terima kasih.
Okay, sama.
Jan, ada apa-apa Jan? Jan tu